change and new things happening always opens up the door for more aligned relationships and opportunities. Gemini rising and Gemini sun. Now, with Venus retrograde moving through their 11th house, your Gemini rising child might want to reconnect with old friends or get back in touch with old groups, reaffiliate themselves with old groups or organizations. This is an important time for them to really reevaluate their friendships and social connections. That's what this lunar eclipse is all about for Gemini. If your child is involved in artistic work, this is a great time for them to refine their vision of what they really want to accomplish. And they may also need to rethink their social media presence or how they engage with the world. Help them navigate this by discussing healthy boundaries and healthy ways of expressing themselves. Now, if there have been any questions about moving, your child or adolescent could be experiencing some emotional turmoil, okay, that really might be affecting their sense of stability and belonging. Just be patient and supportive as they're going through these emotional challenges at this time. Now, after March 21st, after the sun goes into Aries, for these Gemini rising and Gemini sun children, their social life or team involvement is going to become even more active, whether through clubs, group activities, or new friendships. They will feel drawn to really spending time with their peers or in group settings. And if they've been feeling a little bit isolated, this energy will help to bring them back out into the social setting and not so much tucked away at home all by themselves. But here's the best part for Gemini. By the end of the month, new financial opportunities could emerge. So it could be a new allowance structure or a new job opportunity. And it can mark the beginning of a more empowered approach to money for Gemini rising and Gemini sun children. Now, Libra rising, Libra sun, teens and young adults. Mercury retrograde is going to be going through their 7th house of partnerships, okay? So misunderstandings are probably going to happen. So misunderstandings, delays, confusion in close relationships. So it could be with friends, teammates, or even teachers. Your child might feel like they are not being heard or that communication is just really off. Old friends might pop up again, either for closure or a second chance. But this month is not only about friendships for Libra, it's also about collaborating in a group or a school partnership. So encourage your child to be clear with their words and to ask questions when they're not sure about something, and to avoid rushing into a commitment that they might later regret. The lunar eclipse for Libra could bring an ending to a job, an activity, or a responsibility. So if something in your child's schedule has been a little bit overwhelming or unfulfilling, the eclipse may push them to really let go and make space for something better. Here's the good news for Libra, though. By the end of the month, a fresh start emerges in their relationships, whether it's a new friendship, a strengthened connection with a friend already, an older friend, or a powerful new collaboration. They'll really start to get a sense of the people who belong in their life. And finally, Capricorn rising, Capricorn sun children, teens, young adults. So this month is going to be all about home, family, and having a sense of stability for these children. They'll be in a reflective period over the next few weeks where they're really reviewing and rethinking their foundations and their personal and their academic life. So Mercury retrograde is going to be going through their 4th house of home and family. So unresolved issues related to home or family dynamics may come up again. And your child may feel more emotional about things that happened in the past as they are remembering. And this could be a good time to encourage an open conversation about their experience. If there are unspoken tensions within the family or amongst siblings, this retrograde period really gives you the opportunity to try to work through these, so keep that in mind. On a practical level, your child may also be focused on changes at home. Maybe they're redecorating their room. Maybe you guys are renovating, or maybe they're just reorganizing everything. So if they've been asking for a change in their room or their routine, they might feel motivated to make those changes right now. But also remind them Mercury retrograde can bring some delays. So we've got to have some amount of patience with anything that we are redoing right now. And at the same time, they're going to be reevaluating their goals, their sense of direction. They might even be questioning their academic path, their extracurricular activities, or their long-term aspirations. But this is also a great month. And with the family, there could be some financial tensions that come up, some problems with budgeting. Maybe mom or dad, we feel a little bit strapped for cash a little bit, and your child might be concerned. So it's a great time to teach your child patience and mindful decision-making when it comes to spending money, teaching them to avoid impulsive purchases that they may later regret, and not spending money on things that don't really align with their needs. So by the end of the month, though, this is what I love. There's a new beginning in the home, family, or living situation. There could be a change in the family dynamic or a fresh perspective on what home means for your child, okay? So keep that in mind, parents of Capricorn Sun, Capricorn rising children. Okay, so for this week, the transits, really big things going on. So today, Tuesday, March 11th, Mercury is conjunct Venus retrograde at 8 degrees of Aries. Now, Mercury is the planet of communication and our thinking process. And Venus represents love, beauty, pleasure, money, how we relate to people. So when we put these two together, Mercury wants to think about and verbalize everything that Venus retrograde has been reviewing and rethinking. So the energy of Venus in Aries retrograde is all about relating to others in a way that does not compromise our independence and our individuality. So for example, the energy of Venus in Aries retrograde may have caused you to silently be thinking about how friendships or relationships have hindered your freedom, your individual expression. And this energy may have also caused you to desire some type of financial freedom. And now Mercury is going to act as a megaphone for that Venus retrograde and articulate everything that we've been rethinking. So this week, you or those around you may be speaking out about boundaries that have been crossed in relationships and friendships, and how it's something that's absolutely got to change. So this week, if you feel empowered to speak your truth, and especially if you're a parent with young children, and your children are watching you really verbalize and articulate for yourself and set clear boundaries, it's a life lesson they will never forget. Now tomorrow, Wednesday, March 12th, we've got Sun conjunct Saturn at 22 degrees of Pisces, and this Sun conjunct Saturn transit happens once a year. So tomorrow's our day. The Sun is all about our ego, our identity, vitality, and Saturn is the planet of discipline, commitment, and focus. And Saturn can teach difficult lessons if we lack structure. So when we combine these two powerhouses, you might be feeling really serious about where you are going and very focused on what it will take to get there, what it will take to succeed. You may feel determined to put in the difficult work to make it to where you want to be during this time, okay? Feeling like you really want to buckle down and get it done. So this is a great time to write a plan and to be disciplined. And you'll get a boost of energy in this direction with Saturn helping you out. Also, if you've already been putting in the time, the effort, and the commitment with your goals, especially goals related to creativity, spirituality, or healing, there may be something that happens that really validates your hard work and your dedication. So for example, if you're a musician the way that my father was a professional musician, maybe you've really been working toward a major goal or a major performance. And if you've been disciplined, committed, and focused, this could be the time where you absolutely shine. This transit will also give you the opportunity to recommit yourself to your spiritual or creative pursuits with discipline. But there's a caveat here. If you have not been applying yourself with discipline, with focus, with commitment, there could be a situation that comes up over the next few days where that is brought to your attention and you're made aware of it. Okay? Now, another side of this transit, Sun-Saturn, is that responsibilities and obligations might seem absolutely overwhelming. And if this happens for you, it's important to maintain a sense of balance and not to take on more than you can handle. That's very important. Because the shadow side here of Saturn's energy is limitation and restriction, which can show up when we don't enforce proper boundaries around our time and our energy. And I have to tell you, yesterday my son told me he had batting practice at one location in Houston. I'm like, good, okay, I know exactly where we're going. We're halfway there, and he tells me, oh no, it's another location that was 30 minutes out of the way. And I felt absolutely overwhelmed. And I'm like, okay, yeah, this is Sun Saturn. I'm feeling the pressure. I'm feeling all the responsibility, all of the obligation. I can breathe and make it through this. So if you hit one of those moments, especially if you're a parent, realize that it's only temporary and we are all going to work our way through this together. Now, for the biggie, the full moon lunar eclipse at 23 degrees of Virgo this Friday, March 14th. This full moon eclipse will be ruled by Mercury in Aries. And listen, Mercury will be stationary, will not be moving because he's preparing to go retrograde, okay? So with this eclipse, you will really feel the need to release and to let go of anything that is holding you back from reaching your highest potential. And it will feel like a full moon on steroids, especially for people with natal planets or angles or points like the North Node or the South Node around 23 degrees of Virgo, Gemini, Pisces, or Sagittarius. And, I have a planet. One of my natal planets is at 25 degrees of Virgo, 2 degrees away from where this lunar eclipse is going to hit. And it's Tuesday, and I'm already feeling this. And, we can feel the eclipse up to 2 weeks before in a really strong way or 2 weeks after. And things can continue to happen for up to 6 months. But you could already be feeling the energy, or your child, if either one of you has planets, angles, or points around 23 degrees of Virgo, Sagittarius, Gemini, or Pisces. And because of the proximity of the South Node to this full moon, you might feel absolutely exhausted, like you've lost all of your energy. The energy that you normally have, you just don't have it, and you've got to take a break and rest. And if so, honor that. Listen to your body and take a break and rest. Like I mentioned earlier, this eclipse is all about ending things, clearing things out, releasing things that are not serving you anymore. So when I was tapping into the energy intuitively of this eclipse, my guides showed me the 8 of Cups tarot card. And for those of you who know, you'll remember that card is all about leaving situations that are not good for you anymore, leaving toxic situations that may be draining you of your energy. And these situations, it could be a relationship, it could be a friendship, it could be a job, a home. Maybe you guys are planning to move. It could be emotional baggage that you've been carrying around for years. Or it could also be like unwanted and unneeded possessions in your home. Maybe you want to clear the clutter. Now, there may be some heaviness with this, but there's also the realization that, hey, I really cannot continue to operate in this way anymore. I've got to release this. I've got to let it go. And then with that, you'll feel the need like, yeah, I'm going to allow something new and something different to come in. With this release, I'm opening the door for something better. Now, intuitively, I also feel there will be major developments on the world stage and world events, and that these events will cause people to have significant realizations and internal shifts. Okay. So there could be shocking news, shocking developments, or information that's revealed over the next 2 weeks. Another thing that I picked up intuitively with this transit, I felt like I was in a pressure cooker, and that the pressure needed to be released. And I'm not talking about just pressure in society. I also was feeling pressure of tectonic plates, like when we have an earthquake or a geological disturbance. So over the next couple weeks, we could see something along those lines taking place. Okay. So I'm giving you permission to really trust what you feel. Trust what you feel. And if something feels off, pay attention and honor your intuition, not what everybody else is saying. Honor what you are feeling. Now, also on Friday, March 14th, the sun will sextile Uranus at 24 degrees of Pisces to 24 degrees of Taurus. The sun is about our identity, our ego, our vitality, and Uranus is the planet of sudden change, freedom, breakthroughs, revolution. So this is a really energizing combination that emphasizes themes around freedom and independence. So you might be comfortable on this day being different or taking an unexplored approach. You might want to do something new, something original, and you might even experience a spark of genius when it comes to your creativity. So this will be the same day as the eclipse. So this wild card energy will be in the mix for the eclipse as well. So let's have fun with this one. All right. And finally, on Saturday, March 15th, Mercury will station retrograde at 9 degrees of Aries, and Mercury will be 3 degrees away from Venus retrograde. So this will be a time where we are, again, reviewing, we are reflecting about how we communicate, what our values are, how we spend our time, and how we nurture ourselves and each other. And even you might be focused on your relationship with your mother or mother figure or other women in your family. So with Mercury retrograde, again, we're also reviewing, we are rethinking, we are redoing, reorganizing. So it's not really the time to start anything new, a new project, a new enterprise. It's time to finish up and wrap up what we've left undone when it comes to Mercury retrograde. And it's also time to question things that we've been told, things that we've always believed, and to ascertain whether or not it resonates with who we are today. So with all of this wonderful energy this week, I really hope that you use it to its highest potential. Please set the intention to use it to its highest potential and practice a high degree of awareness when it comes to how your children may be feeling with the energy as well. So the stars may guide us. We're at the end of the show, and I like to remind you all the stars may guide us, but we ultimately hold the power to shape our own destiny. So keep shining bright, keep radiating your light, and I hope you have a wonderful week. I'll see you here again next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome. Happy Wednesday and happy hump day. And what is next to almost we're at that beautiful blood moon eclipse day? How's that? We're how about the eve of the eclipse? We'll call it happy blood moon eve. How's that? But anyhow, I'm your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. I hope you guys are having quite the week that this energy of this blood moon can bring. And when I say quite the week, I hope that it's not as chaotic as some have been, such as mine. But, I'm telling you, if you're not really maybe a believer, or maybe if you're not as open to Okay. All right. Hi, guys. Welcome, welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. And happy, we're going to call it the Eclipse Eve Day. How's that? The Blood Moon Eve Day. I am your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. I am hoping that you guys are all, feeling this energy, but in a very good way. This energy of the eclipse can make things a little chaotic. Electronics can go wonky. Sometimes, things that are very unexplained end up happening. But one thing I love about this time when it's the eclipse or, any kind of, full moon, new moon, whatever it may be, what I love is the fact that the veil between us and the spirit world is so very thin, so much thinner than it already is. So readings are so much more connected. The messages that I receive from your loved ones in spirit end up being a lot, louder or more clear. So it's one of my favorite times to really connect and do readings. And we're right on that, or I should say in that beautiful energy as we're going to be experiencing that eclipse here, in the next, I guess, few hours right here, or day or so. So hopefully you guys will get a chance to go out and see this beautiful lunar eclipse. It just depends on where you're at, I'm sure, where you live. Here, I know in Utah, we've got almost totality, pretty much totality, but there may be some icky clouds. I'm kind of bummed. So, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. But for myself, I don't necessarily like to go out and, I'll observe it for a moment, but I won't stay out in the eclipse energy. I'm very sensitive. So when I'm out there, eclipse energy tends to make things very chaotic anyways. And it really just kind of makes my energy not the best. It'll drain me. So I'll observe it from afar. So but I'm excited to see, this beautiful blood moon, and hopefully you guys will get a chance to do the same. All right. Well, I am looking here. I thought, before I get started with my callers, that I wanted to pull either, I always pull my oracle card or an affirmation card. And I thought, since it is the full moon, the blood moon, this eclipse, this lunar eclipse, I'm going to do a moon oracle. So we're going to pull an oracle card out of the moon oracle deck that I have. And then we're also going to do an affirmation as well. So we're going to kind of have a 2-for tonight. How's that? All right, you guys. So let's see here. I'm going to put this over here for a moment. I just already have a whole lot starting to come in. This is how life's been today. This is how readings have been. It's beautiful, but it can be overwhelming. Numbers today, let me tell you right away, because already I'm feeling like I need to mention this for whatever reason. So the number, today I've just been drawn to 2 numbers, so we go with it. And the number 19 and the number 10 have been very strong today. So 19 will be, again, both numbers, 19 and 10. The 19th of a month, the 10th of a month. Now, of course, 10 would be October. 19, not so much, but that'd connect to more of an age or the year 2019. This is really where, as I get ready to do readings, or even if I'm not, if loved ones in spirit are wanting to come through and give messages to validate who they are, to connect with who they know I'm going to be connecting with, they'll come in. Sometimes it's, just intuition, as I say,
even clairvoyancy, things, I'm seeing in premonitions, predictions coming future-wise. So it's a lot of information, but I love to share it, and I love to hear the validation. So we'll see how that connects with my callers tonight. But until then, let's read these beautiful cards that we pulled. So I went ahead and I pulled the number 19 and then the number 10 of each card. So I think what I want to do is we're going to read the affirmation first. The affirmation, this is for everybody. Hopefully this will be something that can help you throughout the next week until we meet next week. It says, forgiveness helps me to let go and move on with my life, opening up to new and loving experiences. Now, this is interesting. I didn't even read this affirmation till just now. However, I did read the Moon Oracle. And the Oracle card says, now this is the South Node. So this is really connecting to kind of that polar opposite energy, if you will. When they say follow your true north, that's your purpose. If you've got then your opposite node, this is also some of that, well, not some, but is that shadow work. So I love these two together. And this one says, don't let your past hold you back. So if you look at these two, it's very interesting. Don't let your past hold you back. And then forgiveness helps me to let go and move on with my life, opening up to new and loving experiences. Beautiful together, perfect together. So if you have anything in your life that, that you ultimately have been holding on to grudges or anger, or even as that like animosity for somebody or a situation, forgiveness is the hardest thing that the human side can do. However, it's one of the most healing things you can do for yourself, and it will help you to move forward. So, and that's really what the Oracle says, right? That don't let your past hold you back. Don't hold on to that energy of the past, stuff from whatever may have happened. Don't give it that much power, I say. Now, it's easier said than done. I get it. So work on that. I say, it's a work in progress, and I'm doing the same. I have my own stuff from my past that, oh boy, I need to work on forgiveness too. But, that's something that we just here, our human side struggles with. But it can be done. I've been working on some of my forgiveness, and I'm there. I've got some of those people or situations, I've forgiven. So anyhow, but enough about forgiving and past stuff. Let's go ahead and we're going to take our first caller. And this is Jody. And Jody, I believe is it Judy? From
Judy.
Missouri. Is that correct? Judy?
Correct. Yes, Judy.
Hi, Judy. Hi, Judy. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing great, hon. Really good. You're in Missouri, is that right?
Yes.
I have a really great friend that was one of my students that I taught that lives in Missouri, and she's very gifted as well. So every time I think of Missouri, I think of her. Never been there.
Oh, how neat.
Think of her. Yeah. I've never been to Missouri. Maybe one day. One day I'll get there. But how can I help you tonight, hon?
You know what? If you have a reading for me, or you have something insight for me, that would be great.
Sure. Okay, absolutely. Do you have any particular, subject, or just whatever comes that you're open to, whatever may be coming through? Or if you have a specific
I'm open
question?
to whatever's coming through, but otherwise I'm working on myself, learning to love myself, all that, so I want to know, either whatever you see, I'd rather have whatever you see, but otherwise how you see my journey's coming.
Okay, perfect. I love it. And you said your journey, is that right? You said your journey, how your journey is coming? Okay, perfect. At first I thought
it's time to work on myself. I've worked on everybody else. Taking care of everybody else. It's time for me.
Amen, sister. I gotcha. I know all about that journey. Now that one's done. Let's move forward, right?
Right.
Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna
pull a couple cards for you really quick here and just see how kind of ultimately what I like to do when I use my cards is just to see how the cards are going to validate, if you will, with what, my gifts are already bringing to me. So now the two cards that I pulled, so interesting because I have been seeing fives all day today as well. But earlier, I had mentioned that the number 19 and the number 10 have been pretty significant numbers. Do you resonate with either 19 or the number 10 in any way, whether it's a birthday, death date?
You know what? 10 has, I've always loved the number 910. I don't know why, but I have always loved the number 910. So it kind of right in there.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, I love that. Well, the two cards you pulled, one is a 5 of Wands. I'll show it on camera here for anyone that wants to see it or go back and watch. And then the other card is actually this beautiful 10 of Cups. And so here we've got a 10 and then we've got a 5, which obviously is, divisible by 10, right? So, or 10 divisible by 5. Boy, it's been a long day. But I love just even some of the things I'm already seeing. So I want to jump right into how this is meshing. One thing I love that you said at the very beginning is that you said you're starting to love yourself. And, I literally, I couldn't believe you said that. I got chills because I literally just posted on some of my social media. And anybody can go and see what I posted. If you go to my website, mini-medium.com, all of my social media stuff is there and you just click on it, takes you there. But on Instagram, I posted literally a video, my friend, about how I'm learning to love myself, flaws and all, and that I want to share it with everybody because why not, and then we connect. It's beautiful. So I think one of the things that I'm going to be turning 50 in June. Oh, the big 50's around the corner, and I'm struggling with this one. However, I feel for you, and where this maybe our past online beautifully, my friend, is that regardless of our age, whatever may be, it's embracing each, really embracing every day, but also every year. And then as we get into, each, I guess, decade, if you will. But one of the things that I see coming where I feel that the energy you're putting out in the universe with the fact that you're starting to love yourself, giving back to yourself, because I'm a true believer in that karmic energy. Everything you put out there comes right back. And if you are, if you're putting out in the universe, woe is me, I don't like my life, I don't like my body, I don't like what I see, it's going to be a karmic energy, and that can just be draining. So some things I want you to be mindful of this year. We are in this year of the 9. And in numerology, that number 9 is all about tying up loose ends. It's about ending old behaviors, old habits. It really is finishing, even like if you have old projects around the house, get those done. Because as we go into the year of the 10, which is where your beautiful lucky number, do you see where the 910 comes in? Yeah. It's amazing. I've got goosebumps. So now we're going into the year of the 10 next year, which is actually the year of the 1, and it's new beginnings. New starts, new beginnings, and you get to kind of have a fresh, energetic start. So, and I see that for you, my friend. I feel like next year is your year of so much growth and, traveling. There's a sense, I just see you going on some, maybe bucket list things that, trips and doing some things even maybe that your old self would never even think of doing, and I love that because of the fact that this year you're ending the old you, if you will, the things that maybe terrified you, made you nervous in the past, and you're stepping out of that beautiful comfort zone that we all love to stay in. But what I love in all of this is that by, and I'm going to tell you this coming pretty soon, May of next year, I want you to keep that in mind, right about May. Boy, there's definitely this, and it takes my breath away with how much I feel this is going to shift your whole journey and your path of even being able to let go of some of the things in your past that have been very difficult to do. And now it's going to really just catapult you to this whole new journey of finding yourself, of discovery. So, and I love that because I feel like this year is preparing you for it. Next year, opens your eyes to it. And then in that early part of next year, it really takes off. So I think my biggest advice for you, my friend, is to not allow fear to get in the way. And, it's even like what I read in, the oracle card that I read, to not let your past hold you back, which I feel fits perfect for you. But fear, it's my favorite thing to share. It's an acronym, and it stands for the false ego appearing real. So that ego gets in the way, and that ego can be, for women, it can be, I'm not tall enough, I'm not pretty enough, I'm not smart enough, I'm not skinny enough, I'm not educated enough, whatever it may be. That fear, it's something that will definitely keep you from finding your happiness. So please work through these fears this year. So next year, you can see this just beautiful new beginning, and even some new relationships, my friend. Are you in a relationship right now, intimately, I should say?
I am. I'm married, yes.
Okay, perfect. So the new relationship, it doesn't need to be, obviously not a new intimate relationship. Even as I see it coming, it can still be with your spouse, but it can be new beginnings together. So watch for that, because I do feel that that's going to be something very important to you as you start to grow and start loving yourself more. So just, I say, where they say, buckle up and keep your hands and arms or whatever in the ride, and hold on tight, but more importantly, enjoy the ride. Okay.
Thank you so much. I so appreciate this reading.
Yeah, you're so welcome. It was a pleasure to meet you, and have such a beautiful evening, and go do some good energy work tomorrow and enjoy that eclipse if you can. Okay.
Great. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Okay, hon. You too. Bye-bye. Okay. All right, guys. We have some more time I have Patricia. Hi, Patricia. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine. Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing great. How can I help you tonight?
Just whatever you see for me.
Okay, perfect. I love it. I love how everybody is kind of just open to whatever comes today. Whatever,
Yes.
It's all about the divine timing of everything. I love it.
Yes.
All right, my friend. Well, let's see. I am going to do the same as I did for my last caller. I'm going to pull a few cards for you as well, see how they're ultimately going to mesh with what visions and things, if you will, are already coming up. Now, again, as I was mentioning to my last caller, the number 19 and the number 10 has been very significant today as, validations of birth dates or death dates, years, whatever may be. Do you resonate with either of those numbers in any way, such as that?
19 or 10? Not that I can think of at the moment.
Okay. Please keep it in mind. If it does, that's beautiful.
I will.
That's okay too. Oh, I just heard to mention October. And I don't know if I'm picking up on a soul that has crossed over or if it's just some connection with October that I'm picking up through you with guides. But is that a significant month for you?
It's significant as 2 people in my life passed away in October. That was some time ago.
That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Very well could be both of those spirits, both of those souls, or one of them already trying to step in and, wanting to just, if anything, validate that the 10 is them wanting to give us these signs that they're around, of course. But so what's interesting, I pulled a few cards for you, and this is what's amazing. So I'm going to show on camera. The first card you pulled is this, if it'll zoom in here or focus, this 10 of Pentacles. Then the other card is a King of Pentacles. So again, we've got the number 10 popped up. And so there's more validation of that 10. So now Pentacles are really something of value to you, whatever it is that you value in your life. I can tell without a doubt for you, Patricia, family is definitely very important. There is so much value there. Now, there's little ones running around you as I see visually. So are you have little children that are little, or do you have grandbabies yet?
I have grandbabies, but my youngest grandbabies that are 20s. So, but when they were little, they were all running around me, very, very close and bonded to them.
So your youngest grandbaby's in their 20s. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Your energy.
Little, but sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, hon, your energy that I'm getting from you, I would never have even guessed that you had grandbabies in their 20s.
A lot of people say that, actually. But yeah, when they were little, I was very, very close to them. Spent so much time with them. I was very bonded to all of them. So I could see why you would pick that would come up. Yes.
Beautiful. I love that. Well, I'll tell you, I know that we've got a couple minutes here, so I'm going to get as much as I can in this 2 minutes that I'm getting. So there is such a significance of why I say an emphasis of why I need to talk about you and your family, what am I trying to say? How much you love the family, how it's important to you, how the grandbabies were so close with you, and really a lot of this has to do with, I have a very strong father. So I've got a dad on the other side that comes forward. I have my whole right side getting goosebumps. That's the masculine. Now, has your dad passed?
I actually had a biological father, an adoptive father, and a stepfather.
Oh my goodness. Well, have they all passed? Have they all crossed over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, they've all crossed over.
Okay.
I'm 78 years old.
Oh my goodness, I would have never guessed. Because I cannot see you, I can only hear you, and your energy is beautiful. Yeah. So whatever you're doing, my friend, keep it up. But I really feel, and the minute that I've got here, I want you to tell the message for you is such an emphasis from these three men, and you've nailed it. You said my biological, my step, adopted, all of these. This is all about the family. This is all about seeing that you don't have to be biological to be family, and there's still that beautiful bond and love. And all three of these fathers that are coming through are really just very proud of the value and everything that you have put into this part of your life. So there is some disconnect, I feel, between some family, but I do feel that's going to work itself out here this year. So just keep that good energy in mind, okay?
Yeah.
All right.
When you do these readings, I'm sorry. Can I ask a question, or do you need to go? When you do these readings, does it ever... I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yep, I have to end my show, but,
Okay, I understand. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Okay. All right, have a great night.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, you guys. First off, happy St. Patrick's Day. I wore my green today for that, and I will see you guys next week. Bye, guys.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Infinite Soul Connections with Shelley Devine. The Hummingbird Media. Live. InfiniteSoulReadings.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Infinite Soul Connect on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. It's Shelley Devine with Infinite Soul Connections. I am so excited to be here, and I am ready to give the most amazing reading to whoever I get to read to. So exciting. Until I get my caller, which I'm ready for, I want to talk about the animal energy that's here today. So we've got the peacock, which is vibrancy. It's telling you that you were born to shine and inspire. This message is for everybody who's hearing it. Practice humility to avoid jealousy. Be grateful for life, and more good things will come. Be true to yourself and recognize your brilliance. Okay? That is the peacock. Beautiful card to have. Set that aside there. Okay. While I am waiting, I want to talk a little bit about candles and candle magic, which is very interesting. There's different colors of candles. So the white candle is spirituality. I am very ready, yes, for my caller. Angela, awesome. Bring it on, Angela. I'm good. How are you? Okay. What can I do for you today, Angela? Yes, I am a very strong medium. It's actually my specialty.
Okay. Can you connect that?
Yeah. You want me to connect with a loved one?
With my kitty that passed.
Okay. Give me 1 second here. Okay. The first thing I'm seeing is these rings of beautiful lights, kind of like prism rainbow, but they're like in rings around this child. Oh, okay.
Her name is Lindy.
Yes, I was just going to say I've got a little girl here. Hi, Lindy. She says, "Hi, Mama." She's showing me baby ducks or a little baby chick or something.
Perfect. I still don't have the answer.
Okay, I'm just waiting. I'm just letting her give me what she wants to give, and then I will relay. Oh, she's so cute. Sweet energy. Oh my gosh. There's dog. She says doggies.
Does she ever come visit me?
She's like, yeah, she's so cute. She says, of course, she's always around you. Was she kind of a little bit shy?
Yeah, I was with people. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because she's kind of like doing this action, like, oh, yeah. So she is with you, but it's okay. She wants to show me something. So give me just a minute here.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm back to the ducks and like a pond. Did you ever take her to go feed the ducks at the pond or something like that?
No, but I mean, she likes birds.
Okay. Yeah, because I got a little chickie and then I've got ducks and she's pointing at them. Okay, she's taking me somewhere else. Hold on. So this looks like a park that has a little pond with ducks and it has play area for kids. Lots of trees. She's kind of walking me down the path, pointing at things. Pointing at the slide. Oh, she's just a busy little thing. She just keeps going. Okay. She's pointing at the sky. Okay, here's what she just said. She says, I'm up here, pointing at the sky. She says, but my mama can hear me. Do you ever hear her?
No.
Do you feel
I
her?
always talk to her, like as if she's here. I'll just like talk out loud.
Yes. Okay. Well, that could be what she means by mama can hear me. I think that you need to listen. Like when you talk to her, just stop for a second and listen or feel. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see what else she wants to share. Okay, so she just put in my hand these little rings, these little plastic rings that remind me of the rings that you hook together and you play jacks with, kind of. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Okay. Well, these are little plastic rings of many different colors. Would that make sense?
She used to play like with this laser that goes in a circles. And she used to play with a lot of balls, like different color small balls.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm going to trust that she's showing me the rings for something in particular. I'm going to see if more of that comes, but we'll move on. Oh, okay. She's showing me a big, beautiful pine tree. It's not decorated with Christmas lights, but it is like a Christmas tree.
Yeah.
Did she pass close to Christmas?
No, but I had a Christmas tree that I never took down. So maybe she's talking about that.
Okay. Pointing the trees. And now she's putting those rings on her finger. On her fingers, like all of her fingers, like princess rings.
I mean, I have so many toys. She used to love to play, so I'd always
give me another minute.
baskets of toys.
See if I can get a message.
Is she okay? Is she happy?
She's very happy. She's a happy little thing, precious little thing. And she, kind of dances around and she's got good energy. But she's adorable. She's kind of like princess-like. Would that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, she is. It's just like, it's been like 7 months.
Are you there,
and I'm
Angela?
still not over it. Yeah. I said it's been like 7 months and I'm still not over it. I still cry every day.
Time is up. But thank you so much for letting me talk with your little one. She's very precious. If you want a further reading, you can go to my website, infinitesoul.com. infinitesoulreadings.com. Sorry, I got that one wrong. And we can finish this mediumship reading if you would like to, or you can reach me on my Facebook page, Infinite Soul Readings on Facebook. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Is my
Thank
time
you.
up? All right. Well, blessings to everybody. And just a reminder, always be prepared. Blessings to everyone. Don't let distractions take you off course. Make a plan for the future, and life will give you all you need. Thank you so much.
to A1R Psychic Radio. Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Insights with Solaris, where I'm your host, Jennifer, a tarot reader for over 10 years, but I am certified in over a dozen healing modalities. At the end of the day, I always say I'm just a channel of spirit. So regardless of what classes I've taken, I am giving messages for those who find me. And as we're talking about messages, I always like to start out with a message with the collective. And if any of you listening are interested in astrology or things like that, you'll know there is a lot of things happening right now with the planets. So Mercury is approaching retrograde. Venus is approaching retrograde. We have an eclipse coming up. It's also coming up to spring. So we have the spring equinox, we have Ramadan, and we have Easter just around the corner. But whatever you believe in, the themes are the same, as it's coming together as a time of rebirth and renewal. So we had a lot of months of stagnation, of like from July up into this point, of July of last year up to this point, there was a lot of stagnation. And so now we're picking up more energy. And you may feel a little bit anxious. Like some of you may be like, okay, things are changing. I don't know what's changing, but I feel like something's a big about to happen. And it is. A lot of changes is coming for each of us in our individual lives. We're going to see that in our community, and we're going to see that worldwide. But keep going. Any skilled work that you are working towards, or you are trying to build yourself up, build a better foundation, learn new things, grow. That is all being supported right now, especially as we're approaching spring. If you're on the same hemisphere as me, everything is coming together and everything is moving in a cycle. And we are about to begin another cycle as we go through rebirth. And this is the year of the 9. So in numerology, this is a lot from anywhere from ending cycles and really looking at what you want to bring in, because that is going to repeat as we go back to 1 next year. And that is going to be about you and standing in your confidence. So it's going to be a lot of changes coming up. So hang in there. So even if you do have a little bit of worry or anxiety, know that it is going to be okay. There's just going to be a little hiccups on the way. So just continue on and know that the wheel is always turning in your favor. And we are going to go to our caller for tonight. So we have Jennifer from Canada. Hello, Jennifer.
Hi.
How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm fantastic. I love being on here. So what type of questions did you have?
I don't know. I guess I'm kind of in limbo to understand what I'm supposed to be doing as my purpose, my life purpose. And I feel like I'm losing my direction in life, I guess.
Okay, sounds good. Not that you're losing direction, but I understand where you're coming from. Now, the first 2 things that are coming up is trusting the process. And I know that's always easier said than done. Always that type of motivational talk where you're like, yeah, I know, but it doesn't really help. But there is trust also around romance. So are you currently in a relationship?
It's complicated.
Yeah. I'm seeing a little bit of back and forth here, a little bit of conflict. That's fine. Things happen. All right. Why I'm bringing this up, because this is kind of attached to your outlook on life. So whenever we're in complicated situations, any type of, whether it's relationships, friendships, all interactions we have with another person, we are exchanging energy to some extent, whether that's just a hello, giving compliments, or like, hey, I like your shoes. It's still a transaction that we're doing. And it seems like this particular energy, it's not bad, not good. It's just the situation that you're in, and that's okay. But it is it's making you more confused. All right. So if you continue and work a little bit harder to help clarify the situation, the rest of it's going to begin to unfold as in your direction in life and make it a little bit clearer. So it's not just about your soul purpose, if you want to call it that, but it's about making sure that you feel fulfilled. And at this time, you're feeling lost because that fulfillment is not there emotionally. And so it's just causing all this confusion. And so why we have that kind of disappointment energy in like the past situation going into the present, I really love that you have a lot of strength around you. You have a lot of inner strength too, and grit. You also have a lot of friends around you, or people you can really count on to help you through all situations. And even though like sometimes you may not want to reach out all the time, the people are there waiting for you. And if you haven't in a while, I would say go ahead and go have a drink with your friends, or just go out and get something to eat. Do something to bring that together, to bring a little bit more joy back in, to allow that disappointment energy to just flow away for a little bit and come back to yourself. Underneath all of this, your wishes are coming true, your concerns are fading away, and you're getting joy back in life. And I'm seeing in the higher position, what we're coming forward to is a form of karmic cycles coming to an end, which is a very good thing, especially if you want to move forward in your life path. So as you're clearing out these karmic cycles, especially regarding relationships, again, it doesn't have to be a bad outcome, or it's just, okay, this is a situation or something to learn from it, may turn out very good. We may have to walk away. That has not been clarified yet, but what is being clarified is that you are learning something, and in this is learning your inner strength to become you again. And what I mean by that is becoming you, yourself, is knowing what you stand for, having strong boundaries, and really stepping up and enjoying all parts of your light. If you remember, when was the last time you really laughed hard, or you had your favorite food, or you sat back and you created a big comfort meal just for yourself, or you just slept in an extra 10 minutes? It's those things that you should consider bringing more into your life of, because that physical sensation does bring you some emotional fulfillment. And again, this is a lot about that lost direction, is there is a lack of emotional fulfillment. So really stepping into your feminine energy as well, going in and allowing yourself to receive, is going to help you find that path where like, okay, now I'm ready. So there is a lot of nurturing energy around here. So this could be, let's see, giving a lot of advice to somebody. I do see a soulmate type connection being solidified in your future. It's not going to be straight away. There could be two conflicting energies coming in, so two different types of men. But ultimately, this energy is going to bring you a lot of fulfillment, because there's this motherhood feeling. You don't necessarily have to be a mother, but that nurturing energy is really shining through you, and your soul feels happy when you have that emotional fulfillment, because when you're happy, you just share it with everyone. Like it would be like the stereotypical grandmother is going in and you're baking cookies for your grandchildren. It's that same nurturing energy. It's just love. It's simple. It's love. And that's what your soul is calling for you. So you have a lot of options. Like there's not one set things like this is the best thing that you can do for your soul purpose. It's not about that, because for you and for your soul, it's about love. It's about being happy and enjoying your life. And a lot of people are like, oh, that's simple. It's hot. Not. It's kind of hard when you're more vague out there with your But I am seeing possibly walking into something with the justice field. This could be a variety of things, helping people with contracts, with taxes, or going into the courthouse and getting a type of federal job. Whatever that is, it is a cycle coming back. So if you had like a family member, like an uncle or a father who worked in law enforcement of some type, you may start getting a little bit of information like, maybe I want to step into that. Social justice as well. I'm hearing that. That is still mostly about karmic cycles, but if you're interested in that law enforcement field, that is highlighted here as being successful for you. But ultimately, your goal is, for your sole purpose, is to be happy and to find that clarity. And clarity is coming to you, especially around romances. And I just want you to know that you are showing up as the Empress. The Empress, is the tarot card, is a fantastic feminine energy, nurturing, loving. She also understands her worth. So if you're messing around and you're in this complicated situation with somebody, stand back into your power. Say, okay, what do I want to do about this? Okay, do I want to continue to nurture this relationship and try to work through it? Do I pull back my energy, start creative projects to help my energy flow a little bit more so I'm not so reactive in situations, and then we can approach each other as on a more emotional level, as a more practical level, rather than any type of heated arguments. Bring that power back to yourself and bring in your family too. Spend more time with your family over the next couple of weeks if you're able to. I do see the month of August and then the month of May being really important for your personal growth. So keep those in mind. Also Aries season. So if you all have an Aries near you, that can be a little bit more temperamental. They will come in and cause a little bit of burden, heartbreak, but that's okay. It's passing. It's going to be rather painful, but it's going to be quick. So that is moving quickly. But it's all about you coming to loving yourself because you worked hard. You have the great foundation. It's about regaining your personal spark, and that's your purpose, is being able to come back to yourself after everything you have experienced and say, I love myself and I know what I'm worth. Do you need any clarifications, Jennifer?
Well, it's interesting that you said the law field, just because lately, I don't know why, but I started thinking like paralegal or something along that line, because it's still helping people. But I'm very confused because I like helping people. I went through for massage therapy. It didn't necessarily work out the way I wanted it to. I'm just finishing my life coaching course, and I really do, because people come to me with all their stuff all the time, and I'm like a mother hen, and I do listen, and I guide, and I help. And
consider that law enforcement. We're almost out of time. Consider that law enforcement, and particularly divorce court or with children, helping those being released from entrapment is really important. So if you can get into there, that law enforcement will help you because you got the empathy and you have the skills for it.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Perry Lyons, and this is Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic, and I'm really happy to see you. I don't know why I'm sideways, but too late to fix it. I'm holding a hydrangea because today is summer solstice, and I tried putting this down my cleavage, but you know what? I'm going to put it back in the vase, and thanks for playing. Okay. There we go. So today's summer solstice, and here are some activities that you should have done today, and it's probably too late because I certainly didn't do them. Observe either the sun's rise. I don't do mornings. Sorry. Or the sunset. Missed that one too. Sit outside and commune with nature. It's pouring here. Not going to happen. Light a bonfire. See previous statement. And celebrate the marriage of the earth and the sun, which sounds dangerous and sort of inconvenient. And what will the children look like? Also, what do you get them for a wedding present? I mean, they have everything. What are you going to get the earth? How about some flowers? I think I've got that covered. What are you going to get the sun? A flashlight? Anyway, a blender is always appropriate. I got 72 of those at my wedding. I still have some of them. Kept some of them longer than I did the actual husband. That's not true. 15 years. Anyway, hi, Adam. I'm in a very strange mood today. I don't know. I heard from my friend Kiki Valentine that it's not the best name ever. She's like, what is up with the solstice? And I'm really grumpy. I'm never grumpy. I'm so cheerful. I'm annoyingly cheerful, I've been told. I'm a little grumpy, so you can call in. I'll be nice to you, maybe. But I am waiting for your calls in Canada, Australia, the U.S., New Zealand, all of the United Kingdom, which sounds sort of enchanted. I live in a kingdom. What else? Okay, so the summer solstice I'll get a little serious here. If you do want to light a candle, think of some intentions that have to do with summer-related things. So you could have an intention to receive, for instance, as we receive nourishment and light from the sun, to receive spiritual and emotional and physical nourishment from whoever happens to offer it to you. Got a light. And to receive and lean into your own growth. I'm already 5'10" and a half, so I'm probably going to put a ceiling in that, but they might mean spiritual growth and emotional growth, in which case, knock yourself out. We have Shobha. What a great name. Oh, I want to hear the origin. Shobha. That is a beautiful name. I want to hear the origin of that, and I will get to you in 30 seconds. First, I'm going to do the tarot weather for the week. And tarot weather, if you watch the show religiously, as you should, it makes a good drinking game every time I say the word energy. The energies today. Jägermeister. Where was I going with this? Oh, the tarot weather is a lot like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. And it talks about the week coming up. So we're going to begin with today, go through next Wednesday, when you will, of course, return to get my wisdom about the next week. These are always really accurate, too. I forget they apply to me, and something will happen that will be like, wait a minute, didn't I say that was going to happen this week? Wait, that applies to me? I thought it was just reporting. I didn't know I was actually subject to it. So the first card is for the first part of the week. Second card of the week, part of the week. I think you get the drift. Okay. I'm starting to be less grumpy. It must be you. I love you. I'm so glad you're here. My cherished ducklings. Yay. Okay, and a good day for ducklings outside. I got to tell you, it's raining like heck. The Queen of Wands, the card that heralds the beginning of the week, which is a good summer solstice because wands represent fire. They also represent the fire signs, Sagittarius, Leo, and Aries. So this might mean that either, if you're any of those signs, that you're going to find yourself feeling very self-expressed and empowered at the beginning of the week. If not, tough luck. I'm sorry. I told you I was grumpy. I warned you. I did warn you. Okay, how am I holding this? I've been doing this for 5 years, and I'm still like, how do I hold the card? Okay. The other thing it means is that even if you're not a fire sign, you might find yourself feeling or acting like one. And what I mean by that is traditionally fire sign people or fire sign, well, she's a woman, but fire sign people are outgoing, attractive, very like, let's get this done. Kind of almost annoying, but they're very good at it. So you might find yourself sort of the center of attention in a very nice way. You might find yourself accessing your inner Leo, or access my friend Jennifer's sign, your inner Aries, which means that you're very kind and you get stuff done, and you listen to me whine about ex-boyfriends calling out of the blue, which might be why I'm so grumpy. Sorry. It's been happening for everybody I know this week. The minute you stop thinking about a narcissist is the minute they call you. What is that? Okay. The minute, literally the minute. Okay. I hung up. So, rest of the second part of the week. Mohva, I really want to talk to you. Don't go anywhere. And Mohva, while you're waiting, what I'm going to ask you to do is activate your vagus nerve, the VAGUS, by breathing in deeply and then breathing out through the nose, then breathe out through the mouth like this, like you're blowing out a child's birthday candle or your whoopee cushion. So breathe in deeply through the nose, breathe out like you're blowing out a birthday candle. My friend Marty Millett, who's a great singer, I'm just name checking everybody today. She really is great though. Taught me this, and it really does calm you down. In fact, I should try it right now. But this is the Lover's card. I know it looks like snakes. I don't know where this deck came from. It's like lovers, snakes, whatever. Not doesn't sounds a little cynical to me, but whatever. But the Lover's card is part of the major arcana. When you get the Lover's card, it can either be, as some readers like to say, the merging of your dark side and your light side. And you know what? No, it's about love. It's about romantic love. End of. So if you get the Lover's card, your opportunities this week for romance, because it's a major arcana card, which means it's a big deal, are going to be kind of off the charts, especially, I'm going to say like Monday, not Monday, over the weekend. Yeah, over the weekend through Monday. Don't date snakes unless that's your thing, in which case, no judgment. People who say no judgment are always really judgmental. Do you notice that? It's like they're saying no judgment just to throw you off. No judgment. Judging you. Okay. The Page of Wands means, because it often heralds the birth of a child, if you've just gotten the Lover's card, you might want to take certain precautions. But it also means, for me, this is a card of positive communications via text, email, letters, which some people still write. All three of us, I still write cards and letters. But it generally heralds, I've found that in readings, it heralds good news coming through some form of communication that has been written and thought about by the sender. Okay, Shobha, beautiful name. Are you still there? Have you fallen asleep? No.
I'm still here.
I love you. Thank you. Can you tell me about your beautiful name, where it comes from, what it means?
Well, I'm from the Caribbean. My ancestors are from India, and my name means beautiful decorative ornament.
Oh, that's so nice. Are they from like Trinidad, a place like that?
Yes, correct. Exactly there.
Well, I do this for a living, but I love Trinidad. In fact, my great uncle was ambassador to Trinidad and Tobago for 10 years.
Yeah.
Anyway, hi. Sorry. So I like to connect with people through their birthdays. So, darling, when is your birthday?
April 18th.
You're an Aries. Yay.
Yeah.
I love that.
That's right.
Also, you're 18th, traditionally 18. It's the Hebrew number Chai, which is considered the number of life. So you're supposed to have good luck if you're born in the 18th. I was born in the 18th. I'm pretty lucky. I think you're lucky. Okay. How can I help you? I will focus. I'm like the ADHD psychic today. Sorry.
I'm not sure. Well, let's see. I was going to ask you about love, but I think I'd like to ask you about work.
That's an interesting thing. Yeah, I'm picking up on both of those, but let's go with career. And an interesting thing in my practice, people just assume that women want to know about love and men want to know about a career. It's the exact opposite. Always has been, always will be. Women do want to know about love, but it's kind of second. Because as women, we have to make sure that we're secure so we can take care of everybody around us, which they're going to expect, right, whether we want them to or not. Good thing I'm not bitter. Okay. Sorry. So let me see what I'm getting about. I don't usually pull cards. I'm going to do that for you because you're cool. And that really is the coolest name. Okay, it looks like you got the strength card, which is a woman either taming a lion or persuading him not to rip her head off. When I get this card, it usually means that a very strong woman is getting to step back into her strength, usually the day she gets this card. This would suggest to me that your work situation has required a lot of patience in you not hitting people for about the last 14 months. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, because you got some real winners that you're working with, and I'm being sarcastic because I'm grumpy. What's interesting is that, how can I put this? People think that if you're shiny and you're always, I mean, by shiny, I mean that as a compliment. Like, you have presence. People notice you, and you're an attractive, dare I say, I think you're very, very attractive person, woman. You're good looking. I can't see you through my phone, but I can see with my heart. Beautiful skin, beautiful cheekbones, and your eyes. You have like big almond-shaped eyes, right? Your eyes are the bomb. But you're also very, very good at getting stuff done, and you get it done faster and without complaining than anybody else. That's oddly not going to make you popular. You're surrounded by a fair amount of, am I right in this situation?
Correct. 100%,
yeah.
Yes.
You're surrounded by a lot of people who really resent competence, take it personally, and are drama queens. Is that correct? Because that's what I'm getting. Yeah. Well, sod them. I don't see that getting better anytime soon. I would get the heck out of there because you might get promoted, but you're too good to work with these people. You just are. I'm almost thinking that you might want to do something you really enjoy doing. I feel like you manage people in this office. You do administrative stuff, you manage stuff. Is that correct?
Well, not currently, but I have, yes.
In the past? Well, I'm not sure what you're doing currently, but I don't think this is, this is on your terms. They're certainly not getting rid of you. You're the only person who does any work. I'm sorry, I'm not usually this, even though I'm oddly grumpy today, I'm not usually this negative, but this is not negativity. This is just accurate reporting. I think, should I just say, either a friend or a friend of a friend has a company that you'd be a really good fit at. So you might want to look around your friends and friends of friends. What would you most like to do? Because there's a lot of opportunity opening up for you. Starting mid next month, it feels to me, I hate to sound like a fortune teller. It's like cross my palm with silver. Although feel free to cross my palm with silver. I have a feeling that starting around July 15th, you're entering into a really lucky time. You just are. I never say stuff like that. So it might be a good time to look around and maybe take a step up. I'm sure you're doing quite well financially, but you could even do better in terms of salary. And you could definitely do better in terms of people who will appreciate you and will punish you for being effective, which is just so much what's going on that I just want to curl up in a fetal position and whimper. Okay, does that make sense?
It totally makes sense. Yes, absolutely.
Let me see how much time we have.
Right on.
Because if, hold on. Darling producer, how much time do we have? Well, I think he's playing games on his iPhone, but I love him dearly. 13 minutes. Okay, you're not playing games on your iPhone, fine. But I still love you dearly. Okay. So I'm going to quickly do a couple minutes of your love life. You essentially got your heart surgically removed from your body. Yeah, no, I think I'm going to wrap up with Shobha in about 3 minutes because she's very easy to receive information from. And so it's going to be very fast. So anyway, Shobha, this is what I'm getting for you. I think somebody took your heart out surgically and put it in the blender and then fed it to the cat. Is that correct?
Yep.
Not me. Yeah. Yep. This person was a malignant narcissist. I have a little experience with those. Let's go get drunk. No, sorry. Yeah, part of you hasn't gotten over that. Hasn't. And it's made you, although you're very confident and assured on the outside, you are a highly sensitive person. You are. There's even a book about it. Highly sensitive persons, people or something, HSP. It's worth getting because you are sensitive. You hide it well, but you are. And it would just make me really even more grumpy, which nobody wants to see. If you let this malignant narcissist, who, let's face it, that was very attractive and quite charming malignant narcissist, but still damage you permanently. You're too good for that. Also, it's summer solstice. You can make a really strong intention for some summer lovin', if you know what I mean. That's me winking. I think that this coincides with your good luck period in July. I think you've given up. Don't give up. Go back. Get back out there. I'm talking to myself too. Really get back out there. And I think that you're going to get somebody a lot better. He might not be your specific type, but I think he's a really solid guy or girl or other, whatever. We're LGBTQ friendly in this show. But I get guy. You're going to be fine. They just want you to start consciously working on working on your self-esteem because you're lovely. And I know, I occasionally for myself, I'm like, you know what? I'm fat. I'm not going to exit my dwelling for the next 3 weeks because I'm fat and I'm too old. And it may not look it from the outside, but we all beat ourselves up for ridiculous things. And please don't, because you are really awesome and there's a really good relationship waiting for you. And I'm not just saying that. That makes sense?
That makes sense.
Cool. One last thing. Do you go to church or anything like that? Or do you go to church or a spiritual group or anything like that?
No.
That's fine. Volunteer work might be a good place to meet this person. It's something that's for the greater good. All right, my love.
Sure.
Mwah. Bless you. And let me know how you're doing. I'm perrylyons.com. That's my real website. We got to fix that. And that's Perry Lyons on Facebook. Bless you.
Right. Thank you so much. You're awesome.
So are you. Okay, thank you guys. Before we take our next caller, and darling producer, I looked away when you flashed her name and I want to make sure I get it. Can you tell me again? Okay. Karen. Hi, Karen. How are you?
Hi. I'm good.
Good. Cool. I was going to do little tips on how to access one's psychic self. Oh, you're from Washington State. Cool. I love it there. I'm going to do that at the end of the program because I really like your energy. Hi. So I like to connect with people through their birthdays. When's your birthday?
My birthday is the 20th of September.
Oh, so you're Virgo. The most misunderstood.
Kind of close to the cusp. Yeah,
it
kind
is
of close to the cusp.
I'm not really being in the cusp can mean that you have a lot of other like planets and things in the sign that you're close to. But honestly, a Virgo is a Virgo. My kidney's next to my spleen, but it's not the same thing. So you're a Virgo, and it's the most misunderstood sign. I love Virgos because people think they're about like being OCD. They're totally not. They're about idealism and purity and really good stuff. So congratulations. How can I help you?
I thought this was a reading.
It is. But, I'm asking, what's your question?
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Well, if it's a reading, if it's I just had lost my son this year, and I just.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, there aren't any words.
Yeah.
And he just showed up. Okay. I hope this is accurate. I don't usually do mediumship, but.
Oh, that's okay. I thought that's what this was, but if it's not, that's fine too.
No. I know. I do mediumship. I do, and especially now because he just showed up, and he's lovely, and
that's awesome.
I don't know why he's. I might be wrong. I'm usually right about this stuff, but I so desperately want to be right here that the first impression I got was of somebody on the taller side and the more slender side. Is that accurate?
Yeah, on the slender side, yeah.
Okay. By taller, I mean
a lot of weight.
5'9" to up, yeah.
Oh, not tall. No, not tall.
5'8".
You said
5'9". Yeah, no, it's a tall, on the taller side.
About 5'7", 5'8", 5'7".
Yeah, 5'8" is yeah, that's what I'm getting. Anything above 5'5" for me is on the taller side.
Oh.
What was his first name?
Ian.
Okay, I was reading that wrong. I was getting Tim, but I was reading it. Heather. What a beautiful name. Oh, what a beautiful guy. Okay, here's what he wants to say. First of all, he loves you. Is this his sister I'm seeing?
I can't hear you. What?
Is this, oh gosh, is this his sister I'm seeing? Or was he wants to talk.
He has a sister. He has a sister.
Okay. Interesting. To you, he wants. Not like he's apologizing because this wasn't his fault. But he. Boy, does he love you, and he's so appreciative. You are a real hands-on mom growing up. I mean, you weren't a helicopter mom, but really paid attention.
But he had, he had health issues, so I had to be.
Yeah, and you were really there, and you're honestly, I'm just going to start crying here because you're his hero. You're just his flat-out hero, and he loves you. And the first thing that came through was just this gratitude and appreciation, and and just gratitude. Man, I mean, he almost died several times. Like once at about, it feels like, I can't see if he's 7 or 10 here, but also you paid attention to him, and you were such a cheerleader for him, and you never let him feel like his illness limited him. You he was very smart. You paid attention to his mind and heart, and he nourished that. And this is a really grateful guy. In fact, here, I mean, this is for you. This must be, I didn't know why I brought this today because I just grabbed it, but I think it was because, did he send you flowers or give you flowers? I don't know what. Anyway,
he would send me flowers for birthdays and for Mother's Day. And he knew I love flowers.
Yeah, you do love flowers. And I had no reason why I picked the bloody hydrangea I spent all year pruning, but I picked it.
What did you say?
I said I had no idea before the show what I went out and picked one of my hydrangeas, which are my babies. I never picked them, but my guys were like, "Go get some flowers." And this is why he's giving you flowers.
Yeah.
And
you said, what type of flowers is he giving me?
Hydrangeas.
There you go. That's amazing.
That makes sense?
Because, he liked them, and he had given a hydrangea plant, a beautiful blue hydrangea plant, to his girlfriend, who before, this is a year ago, before when he found out she was going to be having a baby boy. They were having a child together.
Oh.
And he was so thrilled. So after he died, I knew he liked hydrangeas. So I said, I'm going to do a hydrangea memorial garden for him. And I have done that, and it is blooming beautifully. And it's, in fact, when I get a sign for him, that just
this is your confirmation then, because I have lilies, I have roses, I'm a gardener. But my guides before the program said, go get some. Yeah, isn't it great? I love it. I like mushrooms.
That's amazing. So yeah, hydrangeas were one of his favorites.
And you did a hydrangea.
Like I said, I've got a hydrangea garden for him, and that's amazing.
And there's your confirmation.
Yeah.
And that's
wow.
And I don't want to put. So that's. I can give you other confirmation. I don't. He says hi to his sister. There's a young lady.
He says what? He says hi to his sister. His sister misses him so much. Is that what you said?
Yeah, his sister is. I feel like he wants to comfort her.
Oh, like he needs to. She misses him so much. They were so close. Yeah.
Yeah, they were.
They were so
She's
close.
a lovely old-fashioned name. We've got 2 minutes. I'm trying to get her name. I can't quite get her. It's not Eleanor. I'm sorry. I'm not getting. It's a lovely old-fashioned name, and I think it has 2 syllables. What's her name?
Allison.
Oh, okay, 3 syllables. It's still a lovely old-fashioned name. Eleanor. Eleanor is what I was trying to. Yeah, I didn't hear it right.
That's
Sorry,
close.
Eleanor. Allison.
Yeah, Allison. Yeah,
it's like playing charades with people you can't quite see. He sends her his love. His son is adorable. That's a cute kid, and I'm not just saying that. He also sends his love to his girlfriend. She very delicate boned, very pretty. Like she looks delicate to me. I don't know. I'm getting the word delicate.
Well, it was kind of tricky. He actually broke up with his girlfriend this past year, and they were having a tough time. And he has a different girlfriend, but he still was in touch with his and taking and supporting.
I think I'm getting the second girlfriend.
The second girlfriend. Oh my gosh, she's beautiful, and she's
beautiful. Yeah, that's right.
Such a huge heart, and they were going to get married. It was
I'm so. Yeah. We've got about 20 seconds, so here's what I want to say to you. Please accept this virtual hydrangea. Please understand that I never do that. If I stop before a show and grab something, one time it was a Lakota Sioux artifact, and the caller was Lakota Sioux and wanted some reassurance that she was seen by God. This is your reassurance and your confirmation. He's with you, he loves you, and he ain't going nowhere. Okay, my dear?
Thank you.
And please let me know how you are.
God bless you.
God bless you, my dear. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you, guys. I am now in full leap, so I can't really finish. I'm not going to say I love you, and that color looks great on you, and come back next week at 9, and I love my job, and thank you. Come back next week.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Soul Star Connections with Azrael. Live from Azrael.love. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Star Connection on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Namaste. I'm Azrael, and I'm coming to you live today from Nashville, Tennessee, where it is just beautiful and warm and sunny, and you can really feel spring, right? Spring like blossoming, even though there aren't too many blossoms on the trees yet. It's just, like life feels like it's moving. And that's sort of what I want to talk about today is the movement of life, the movement of the energy that we're all feeling in the collective right now. And how how to hold the vibration, right? That we're really wanting to sort of anchor in. I sort of want to talk about like the shift into the new earth and the 5D reality. And at the same time, how do we navigate that being human beings, right? But before I get into that, I want to share just a little bit about me. My name is Azrael Zemanek. I am an intuitive reader, a spiritual mentor, coach, as well as an astrologer, a qigong practitioner, and so many things. An Ayurvedic practitioner as well, or Ayurvedic counselor as well. And I'm living in Nashville, Tennessee, and I work with people online as well as locally. You can always find out more about me at www.azrael.love. And I have a YouTube channel with tons of free information and free meditations, and it's youtube.com/@soulstarcollective. And that being said, I want to let you know next week on my show, I'm having a very special guest, a dear friend of mine, Sarah Soperkale from Soundseed Yoga. And we're going to be talking about vibration and sound and healing and opening up to the vibrations of the universe. And we have a really beautiful guided meditation where she does the sound and channels the sonic transmission. And I share a meditation, and it's just beautiful. So feel free to check it out on YouTube /@soulstarcollective. And we'll be on here sharing more about all that next week. So I think I need to like pause and center. I got a little excited there. So why don't we all just do that? Why don't we all just take a moment? The center is like key to navigating these beautiful times of the great birthing that we're in. Maybe taking a big breath in and then just sighing out. And noticing where you are in your body today. If you're driving, you can just do this with your mind. If you're in a place where you can close your eyes, really give yourself permission to just let go and settle. Just settle just a little bit. What is it like to just drop the narrative just for a moment? To let go of the story. Just pausing, just for even this 30 seconds. It's huge. It has such a huge effect on our physiology and on our experience of being. And so feel free to keep your eyes closed as I share. Trying to open them. I know sometimes I like to walk around and do things when I'm listening. But I invite you to really take time throughout this next 20 minutes or so to just continue whatever you're doing, to just maybe exhale every couple minutes and go, here I am. Here I am. Because if there's one thing that we know, right? Within our experience, our reality is the only thing that is true or that we can connect to is our breath and our own experience. And of course, there's another layer to that, whereas we can check in with the power of presence or the power of consciousness and sort of move beyond the storyline, move even beyond our human mind. Connecting with pure truth, right? And how do we do this? And how is this valuable in these evolving times? So the first thing I think I'd just like to say is like, know that whatever you're going through, you are not alone. And maybe you're in a place of like great bliss right now. And you're like, oh my God, my life is going amazing and everything's awesome. And all the opportunities are opening up for me. And if that's you, I celebrate you because we've all been there before, right? But for most people, or many people right now, they're having an experience, I feel, at least with what I'm coming across, that's quite different from that. There's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of not knowing, perhaps even lack of clarity. There might be a clarity about some things, but a lack of clarity of the outcome, right? There's a lot of anxiety and depression I'm seeing, a lot of fear, right? And then even within those that aren't feeling those heavy, heavy, big things, right? Like myself from day to day, I'm usually pretty balanced, but there's a sense of like what, or maybe not what's going to happen, but how is the storyline going to play out? How is this new earth, this 5D going to sort of root itself into earth, right? Into this physical realm and this physical reality. And so there's a lot of uncertainty and there's a lot of unknown. And the one thing that I keep coming back to with my clients, and also within myself, is the only thing we can do is tune into the known. And the only thing that we can control is our own experience of this journey, right? And I want to be very, very clear. When I'm talking today, I'm not talking about politics. I'm not talking about opinion. I'm not talking about I'm talking about like everything, right? The stories we're locked into about our own identity, about our needing to be of purpose in this world, right? To be of service in a higher way, of needing to have worth, of needing to show up in a certain way or make a certain amount of money, or the fear that we won't do that, or that can't happen to us, right? I'm talking about who am I, right? Even that idea of who I am. So it's like the stories that as a collective consciousness we weave that keep us limited and keep us stuck in our place, right? And then we can add to that the larger collective, right? Like the political scene, the earth scene, right? Like the scene of what we identify with and attach to, and this is right and this is wrong and this is this and this is that. And it's like the chaos that creates on a larger scale, right? Because remember, we're all one, we're all connected, and we're all moving through similar things, just in our own unique way, even though it might not seem like it, right? And so I think I want to start by talking about what is the new earth, right? What is 5D? I don't know if 5D and new earth are interchangeable. They're really not. The 5D dimension is where we're moving beyond our bodies. It's where we're being able to access and connect on levels of telepathy, being able to see and feel energy, to be able to connect in a one love consciousness, right? And a space of consciousness where we're moving from our heart, from a place of unconditional love, a community that is beyond the physical realm, right? Whereas the new earth, I really see that as an anchoring of that 5D, or the qualities of the 5D, into the new earth, and into this physical structure and this physical realm. There's the belief in some circles that when we go to the 5D, where there's no physical plane anymore, this earth doesn't exist, and we get to see reality for what it is, right? Which is light, love, consciousness. The new earth, I see it as the evolving consciousness, where there still is the physical structure, there's still the physical constructs, but we're able to work together in a way where there is community. Things are happening on a grassroots level. We're able to meet each other in more space of unconditional love and connection, acceptance. There's more communication. There might be those wonderful things like telepathy and connecting with our angels and guides and having our superpowers, right? But really it's anchoring the higher vibrations, right? Of the more pure consciousness, so that I want to say the older consciousness, but the old constructs are out of the way. And this is what we're really seeing happening right now. And we've probably been seeing it intensely for the past 13 years. I remember when 2012 happened and everyone thought, oh, it's going to be the Mayan prophecy and what's going to happen is the world going to end. And I remember being like, oh, like that really wasn't that big a deal, right? Like, and then But that's when things started to like pick up space and speed. And that's when things really started to move and really started to shift. There is a belief by some that in 2027, there's going to be the next big shift in consciousness. Again, we're not all of a sudden going to go to 5D, but we're going to be sped up right on that path. And what we're really seeing, probably in the last 5 years, is a total breakdown, right? A total breakdown of the old and a birthing of the new. We're seeing it in governments. We're seeing it in constructs, right? We're seeing it the way I'm seeing it in my life is my identity, my sense of purpose, my idea of what I thought my life was going to be. And I have a great life now. I had a great life that I loved. I thought it was perfect. And it was like, no, like you need to change. You need to grow. We're seeing it just in every aspect of society that you could imagine. And again, there's usually different camps and different beliefs and different things that we're like, okay, well, my identity's here. And it's painful. Because there's a lot of division, there's a lot of uncertainty, and I liken it to like a hurricane, right? There's a lot of energy swirling all around and all around and all around, and it's so easy to get caught up in it, right? Whether it's in our own fear or lack of, whether it's in the sense of our own life blowing apart, whether it be change in relationship, loss of job, loss of purpose, illness, whatever's happening or flowing in that way. Whether it's just in what we're seeing when we look at the news. I actually highly recommend don't watch the news, right? Because that takes you out of truth, right? It takes you into these narratives and these stories that, that we can shift. And so how do we shift them? How do we ground into the center without being part of the storm? And how do we navigate this in a way that doesn't bypass the truth of our fears or the shedding that we're going through, but that also allows us to find peace? And this is something I've really been playing with in my life a lot. And again, for me, it's more on a personal scale. I definitely... And I'm constantly looking at what patterns of mine, my ancestral patterns or my survival patterns, are keeping me from unlocking my pure potential. What patterns are keeping me locked to a certain way instead of opening up to a higher experience of grace or connection or flow. And a lot of it is, in fact, this is a good invitation, is that I don't pause. I'm constantly moving like this. I keep doing circles today, constantly moving. I mean, I might pause, I meditate, I do qigong, I go for walks. But when do I actually pause? And so let's all take a moment here. Let go of whatever you're doing just for a moment. I know it's hard. Take a deep breath in. Can you settle? Maybe you notice some discomfort. Maybe there's some vibration. Maybe there's some energy. Can you just be with that? Because when we don't pause, when we don't stop, how do we connect with what is not of the story? Right? The story of our mind, the story of our lineage, the story of the uncertainty or the chaos that is moving through the collective at this time. Life is living itself through us in every moment. We are not the ones that know what's best. These minds, oh my God, they can come up with amazing ideas and creative ideas. And there's things we do that are beautiful. But the way that consciousness is unfolding in life in our world, we aren't able to control that except through our own experience. And so the way I like to look at it is nature. And in fact, that's something I'll invite you all to do this week if you're able to. Can you go out into nature at some point? A forest or by the river, desert, ocean. If you're in a major urban setting without any big parks close by, can you go to a park or connect with a tree someplace? Because when we step out into nature, especially nature that is big, especially at this time of year, spring, where everything's getting ready to burst. Now, I know in Australia it's going into fall, but in the Northern Hemisphere, we're just seeing the buds on the trees. We're feeling the sap starting to move. We're feeling that life force coming up, right? And as soon as we're in that space of nature, we start to realize that we're not so big and we're not so important. Not that we don't want to have a good life. Of course we do. But there's a vibration and a harmonic that's much bigger than us. And what if instead of being separate from it, we started to attune more to it? And so if we come into alignment with nature, slowing down, pausing, connecting with the energy of nature in a beautiful place, or by touching a tree or however you can, and allowing that resonance and that energy to connect with us. How might that inform our system? And then in turn, how might that inform the world? See, there's like a tipping point, right? We've all heard of the tipping point or tipping points. It's like when so much energy shifts or so much energy goes in one direction, eventually it's going to pull all the energy over. And so right now, when the energy is spinning in this crazy, chaotic, nonlinear sense, and I don't think it's about going back to linear energy. I think it's part of the 5D, that's part of the new earth, is we're opening up beyond that, right? But there's a peacefulness to it. There's a presence to it. And the more we can tap into that presence, the more we can tap into the true story, which is life, consciousness, Wuji, the more we can be the anchor for the change that is happening. Now, birthing is hard. Birthing is bloody. Birthing is painful, right? And so we're in a great birth. It's not that it's all of a sudden going to be easy. But if we connect into the bigger picture, the bigger truth, our experience might be a lot more graceful, because the mind informing us that we have to move in the old way, it's just getting us to bang our head against the wall. Do you notice that? Like, bang the head. I just tried that. It didn't work. I just tried that. It didn't work. That used to always just work for me. Well, it's not working because it's not relevant anymore. So let's take a few minutes and just connect into this bigger picture, into nature, into the presence. And so closing your eyes if you're able. And again, just slowing down a little bit. Softening. And seeing if you can find the space within you that feels like home. It might be your heart, it might be your belly, it might be your knee. It really doesn't matter. Where do you find that space that feels like home? And take a moment and open into its grace. Open into its wisdom. And notice or imagine the chaos of the collective, acquired consciousness, acquired minds swirling around you. Some of you might feel it 3 or 4 feet around you. Some might feel it further, and some might be a lot closer. It might even be hard to stay out of it. I often can imagine again, like the hurricane or the vibration of the collective uncertainty. And then noticing that the more that I come into center, the more that I connect to center, the more peace there is. And that I notice that I don't have to be part of that. Oh, of course I'm going to dip into it. And of course I am part of it because it's my shadows too. But I don't have to live it all the time. The more you can dip into the center of the storm, the eye of the hurricane, the place of presence that exists within all things, the brighter your field will get. And the more present you will be. And the easier it will be to navigate or move through each moment that life brings you. So this isn't about bypassing. It's not about not feeling the fear, the uncertainty, the depression, the grief, the excitement, the joy, all of it, right? But it's allowing that to move through you. Emotions are energy in motion. That's the way I think of emotions. They're energy in motion when they're healthy. And so it's allowing it to move through you without attaching to them. So where is your work to come into presence? Where are you perhaps limiting yourself or holding yourself to the current narrative of your life or of the collective life? And where are you being asked to break the patterns? Where are you being asked to show up in a completely different way? Because if there's one thing we know for certain, is we really don't know anything. And if there's another thing that I truly believe, and again, maybe this is just my story, But my sense is what was is no longer. And as things shift, as things fall away, and we be more supported as we're connected to center, in alignment with nature, instead of continuing the circle of samsara, right? So lots to be with this week, lots to think about. Actually, I invite you not to think about it so much, but instead to just really open into this idea of where can you pause? Where can you just stop? There's a great app I have for my phone. It's called the Triple Flame app. It's by Gene Keys. Gene Keys has an amazing body of work that's been channeled by this man named Richard Rudd. And it's a free app, and you can set it so that every 3 hours, a timer goes off to remind you to pause. And there's guided meditations on there, and it's beautiful. But even just having the phone go, it's time, it can open you up to this new reality that we're grounding in. So anyways, thank you so much for listening to me today. I have a beautiful guest next week. We're going to talk about sound healing, sound vibration, vibrations of the universe. Check out our guided meditation on youtube.com at Soulstar Collective. And you can find me at azrael.love or facebook.com/azrael.love. I hope you all have a beautiful day and enjoy this bursting of spring and life. With so much love to you all. Namaste.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Mystic Medicine with Dr. Nikisha Faye. Dr. Nikisha Faye. Live from drnikki.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Mystic Medicine on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. It's Dr. Nikisha Faye here, mystic mentor, wisdom teacher, and spiritual guide. So I was sitting this morning with what, would be beneficial, to share. And what's come forward is the frequency of serenity. And so if you just take a moment and feel into that word, noticing how that feels for you. So beyond it being a word, it's actually a frequency. And one of the most beautiful things about the frequency of serenity is that it is part of our true nature. And whilst that can be really difficult to understand or connect with, particularly in our modern world where, anything and everything takes precedence over our own inner peace. But what happens is that we forget. The more distracted we become in the busyness, the more stressed we become from being distracted in the busyness, the more disconnected we become to our inner world. And, that's why practices like meditation, stillness, relaxation, things like that are so beneficial because they help us to be able to come back into our true nature, to come back into that state of peace and calm, which actually is what's necessary to allow us to function as a whole being. When we're operating in our stress, we're disconnected to our problem solving, disconnected to any higher order thinking. And so what happens is when we're running around stressed all the time, we're perpetuating more stress because we're connected into our survival mode. And when we're in survival mode, we're looking for danger. And, whether there's danger there or not, we will look for it. And if we can't see it in our environment, there's a tendency for our minds to start to create danger. And this is just the way that the nervous system works. And, it's beneficial if we were actually in danger. But what happens is a lot of this perceived danger is self-constructed. So it's constructed by, our perceptions. And then so when we're operating from that state, we see the world through a distorted lens. And just taking a moment to breathe into that. And, that's not negating times when we might feel suffering, which is also part of the human experience. It's speaking more to when our usual state of the everyday is in that state of stress and panic and chaos and, all the things that isn't aligned with our true nature. The beautiful thing with our true nature is it's always there. So it's always there for us to connect with if we take the time, if we allow ourselves to calm the mind. We can come to start to train ourselves to be able to hold more peace and calm. And the more we allow ourselves the time and space to learn that skill, especially in this modern world, it's actually the need to go back and remember, how to be still, how to find any resemblance of peace and calm in the seeming chaos, especially when we're operating in survival mode, and coming back to our very, very inner core, which is of peace and harmony. And so back to this frequency of serenity, actually a very powerful frequency. And when we breathe into the energy of serenity, it travels with a heather pink mist. And so there is a serenity mist that we can work with as well. And so what I invite you to do is to imagine a beautiful heather pink mist just starting to surround you in your energy. And just like mists gently move and flow, just starting to weave through all of your energy. And as it starts to get a little thicker, I'm starting to breathe that. Breathing this beautiful heather pink mist of serenity. And as you allow yourself to breathe it gently, you might be able to start to breathe a little more deeply. As you continue to bathe in this beautiful serenity mist, and if you can notice if it's creating resonance in your energy field, starting to bring that beautiful energy of serenity and weaving it through all of your layers. And this is a beautiful practice that you can practice anytime. And as I'm always saying, 5 minutes a day will change your life. Maybe 5 minutes, but every day. Doing it every day is what helps us to re-encode our energy, to help to create new habitual patterns in our energy, rather than just being caught up in the waves of chaos that are often around. It's like we can actually start to create differently in our world by starting to create differently within our own energetics. So hopefully that's a fun one. I'd love to hear what you think. If you found it useful, you can connect with me anytime on the socials. Send me a message through my website. I've got a little chit-chat box there if you want to have a chat anytime. Always happy to answer any questions you might have as well about the greater reality, and bring it to the guides, and share whatever you're interested in and what you'd like to hear more about. So we have Emma now. Emma.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
What would you like? Yeah, I'm good. I'm well, thank you. What would you like to bring forward today?
I would just like to know how my love life is going to be in the future.
You're sorry?
How my love life is going to be in the future.
Yeah, very good. All right, so what I'll get you to do is take a moment and breathe into your beautiful heart space. Just imagine you're breathing in and out through the center of your chest. Are you able to connect with that?
Yes.
And so as you gently imagine you're breathing in through the front and out through the back, and breathing back in through the back and out through the front, and just feeling a softening in that area. What do you notice when you connect in with that space?
I feel lighter.
Yeah. And so this is a really beautiful practice to help to open the energy of the heart. You might even weave in a beautiful color green. So green is the same wavelength, the same frequency as the energy of the heart. And so we might just bring in that green frequency. Just imagining a beautiful green light just starting to appear in that space as well. And so in the greater reality is that the world outside of us reflects what's inside of us. And so to receive a level of love that you desire from the outside, it can only be reflected, generally speaking, when you hold that same level of love for yourself. I'm just taking a moment to breathe into that, because that's how energy operates. It mirrors, the outside world is often mirroring to us to show us what's happening within. And so I'm just going to take a moment to connect in with your energy. And so my awareness is being taken to your solar plexus, so your belly, which is that area is right through the middle of your torso, just above your belly button and below your breastbone. And the energy of this space holds our inner fire. And if you can imagine a fire in that space, just a nice little fire, not a wildfire, but just a nice little fire. What do you notice?
It starts getting warm.
Yeah, so as you breathe into this fire, this is the fire of the sense of self. And so practicing connecting with your inner fire is also going to be helpful for you to be able to witness the gift that you are. It feels like you do a lot of giving all the time to people around you, giving your time, your energy, your love. But sometimes when there's too much giving outwards and we're not open to receive, that it can become depleting. And sometimes our ability to be open to receive is around our feelings of worthiness to receive. So whether we believe deep down that we deserve it. Can you resonate with that?
Very much so.
Yeah, and so what would be really good for you is to recognize when you're giving out more energy than you have. And in those moments, pause and see where you can allow yourself to receive, to fill yourself back up again. It feels like you're in such a habit of always just giving and giving and giving and giving that there are people there trying to support you as well. sometimes, but it's like you don't allow them to support you. It's like, no, it's okay, I've got it. And then you just keep doing. Does that resonate?
That is true.
And so notice when you're doing that, because opening yourself to receive is going to change the story about your first question. And so in your everyday, when notice when people do want to support you or are, offering their support. And even if you can do it, can you allow them to help you? Because you're then gifting them the opportunity to gift you. Because you know how nice it feels to gift people? That's the same when we allow other people to help us. It gives them the opportunity to feel that beautiful gifting energy as they support us. And just breathing into that. I know it can be hard when it really feels like, you're very capable of doing it all, but having that always you doing everything's creating an imbalance. It's creating an imbalance there with your giving and receiving. And that's the same with, your love life as well. That's a receiving as well at the same time, but in a balanced way. What else feels like it would be really helpful for you to do is practice that heart breathing and use that beautiful green light. And when you sit in your heart light with this green, imagine it overflowing down onto your belly, onto your solar plexus on the inside. And moving the energy in that way will allow your beautiful own compassionate heart to be showered onto yourself. And then after you do that for a couple of minutes, I'd like you to write 3 things that you're grateful for yourself for. And noticing the resistance, but allow yourself to start to access that, because that's going to make it easier for you to receive as well. When you start to, notice the gift that you are to everybody. How does that feel?
I understand. I mean, it totally resonates. I know I need to. It's just hard to give up the control sometimes.
Yeah, it is, but that's what's creating the kind of the stalemate in your original
You're right.
question. Yeah, and it'll be such a beautiful unfolding when you allow yourself to be supported by others. It's a really lovely feeling, but then also supported by yourself, by your inner world as well, by your inner beliefs. That's why I'd really love you to do that, the self-gratitude, just a little bit, 5 minutes every day, to sit with your beautiful heart light and your light and have that energy shower down onto your belly, that sense of self to fill you up, and then acknowledge yourself. Acknowledge yourself for anything you've done that day, anything you've done that week, acknowledging yourself for being a good friend, or acknowledging yourself for allowing yourself to be supported on that day. But I know you can do it. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. Take care now.
You too.
Thank you. Bye. Vinny. Yes, so we have Vinny here from Australia. Yay!
Thank you.
How are you?
Hello, Libby Catting. I'm good, thank you. I'm good. At the moment, in my head, I have a accountant chasing me. I was inquiry. I didn't expecting he charged me. So he tried to mental abuse me, dragging me with the debt collector, and wanna threatening me. Wanna go to legal action as well. I already got a lawyer, free lawyer, and then he said, you are in a good position. But, my mind is still probably...
Oh, it's a little bit hard to hear. Sorry, she's just disappeared. We're on the recording. We'll see if we can get Vinny back again.
Hello,
Hello,
it's me
Vinny.
again.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes, we lost you there.
Cut out. Yeah. At the moment, this is what in my head. So I'm just hoping any miracle, just going through this quick and easy and just want to move on. So anything that you can see or anything, I will accept.
Yeah, okay. Well, just give me a moment while I tune into your energy. Okay, so what they're showing me is they're taking my awareness to your heart space, and it feels like there's some old stuck energy kind of clouding it at the moment. And what the clouding of heart energy does is it creates a bit of disconnection to your inner self, to your higher self, to that part of you that already knows the answers.
Mm-hmm.
And so what I'll get you to do is we're going to call on the air elementals. And so as you breathe into your heart space, just feeling the air and feeling that beautiful air as it creates spaciousness through your heart and through your lungs, that whole area, that's all the heart space we talk about is the heart and the lungs, all through that top part of your torso. As you slow that breath down, maybe you can invite even more air and beautiful winged energies. And as they start to flap their wings, what they're doing is they're just cleaning up some of the debris. This looks like there's debris around in that area from that past experience. So you're able to connect with that?
It's just so hard to focus for me at the moment. Whenever I have problems, stress, my mind is going everywhere.
Understandably. So what I'll get you to do is to take your awareness down into your feet. You can feel your feet. Are you able to connect with that?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe feel your right foot, feel your left foot.
Yeah.
And see if you can feel the earth underneath that, or feel the energy of the earth underneath your feet. Are you able to connect with that?
Not really.
So you're able to connect with your feet?
When the mind is gone, it's like, my body's numb.
Yeah, and that's kind of the intention why we get you to take your awareness down into the lower parts of your body because it takes the energy out of the mind. So what we'll do is I'll get you to, can you connect with your breath? Can you feel your breath as you breathe?
Yeah. So breathing through the nose and then breathe out through the mouth?
Yeah. And if you can, just feel how your body moves, how your ribs expand when you breathe in.
Okay.
And then as you breathe out, just a softening that happens with that.
Yeah.
And if you can slow the breath down, really just staying with the breath, because that's going to help you stay out of the mind. And if you were listening to what we were sharing in the beginning, it's what happens when we're stressed is we can't think clearly and we go into that survival mode. And so what I think would be really beneficial for you to do is, can you get outside in nature?
Yeah.
Go and sit near a big tree. Go and sit under a big tree or go for a walk. But as you do, if you're walking, take steps. And as you step, feel your feet touching the earth.
The grass.
Yeah, the beautiful grass. Or if you have a tree, if you want to sit, you can sit up against the tree. So you've got this beautiful tree energy supporting your back. And so the nature holds this beautiful grounding energy. And what that'll help you do is come back into your body and stay out of the mind, because the mind is what keeps perpetuating the same stories that keep repeating. Mm-hmm. And so if you spend some time outside and really feeling the grass, feeling the leaves on the trees, but just starting to become present to that, to what's actually in your environment to keep you out of your mind. And that'll help your whole system to start to slow down.
Yeah.
And then after you've practiced with that for a little while, and then just bring in light. So imagine a beautiful golden white light filling up all of your energy. And what that'll do is it'll be like a protective barrier. The golden light, it's not like a border, it's more like a filter. And so it allows the good energy in still, but it just helps to filter out some of the harshness that's going around. And so that's going to, that'll help to make you feel better. So get out in nature, feel the nature, be with the nature, spend a bit of time, allowing yourself to start to feel the grass, feel the tree, feel the earth, and then finish with that beautiful golden energy around you as well. And what that'll do is help to raise your frequency, and you'll be able to see more clearly from that higher perspective.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall's site on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. Yes, we're still alive and kicking here in the southeast Queensland or Queensland and New South Wales here in Australia after ex-tropical cyclone Alfred crossed the coast last week, and it's only just this morning is the sun out after about seems like forever. So I'm a sunshine person, so it's nice to see the sun shining and we can all probably start to get back to normal and people can start to get electricity and phone services back on again and get their lives back into normal. So this week's Simply Tarot card of the week is a really nice one. It's called the Two of Cups. It's the peace of mind. It's the card of joining together of two people. So this can be a relationship, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a love relationship. This can be people sort of coming together and sort of organising things or doing things where it takes more than one person. So I think it's a very apt card, particularly here in Australia at the moment, where a lot of people are joining together and sort of trying to make the clean-up as seamless as possible and get people's lives back to normal. But for the rest of the world, it's a time now to sort of look at who might be around, who can be the person that may be able to help you, or maybe you're going to be the one that's going to give somebody else some help. Sometimes I think that, just even a smile, sort of asking somebody how their day is, just taking an interest can be the difference between a very, very lonely life and not feeling as if anybody cares, to having somebody just asking a simple little sentence like that can really brighten your day, can really make your day. There's a lot of lonely people out there and they're not always people that live alone. They just don't have that human contact of somebody taking an interest in them and asking them how things are in their world. And I think that's really important. This day of modern technology where everybody's so busy, I think we've forgotten the art of a few common decent manners wouldn't go astray. So this week it's interesting. We've still got a lot of emphasis on Pisces, and no, that's not where all the water came from. I know a lot of people sort of think that when there's a lot of planetary configurations in water or air or fire or whatever, that's what creates the things that sort of happen. It does correlate to a certain point, but it's not the cause of it. The cause of why we had a tropical cyclone here so low down in Queensland is just one of those things. We hadn't had one for 50 years and then we had one 75 years ago. So, like they do happen, they just don't happen frequently. And the same for other weather events around the world. I know that there's been a lot of flooding in Wales and England and places like that, and the US, you've had nothing but, tornadoes and fires and floods, and it's just happening in lots of locations around the world. And my firm belief is part of it is connected to global warming. It's not just a once in a 50-year event. These are happening more often, and we've all got to start to take notice of that. So anyway, the stars this week, we've got the sun in Pisces for the happy birthday to all the Pisceans. It's a very positive time for them. It's their time of the year to shine, and I have lots of Pisces family and friends, and happy birthday to everybody in the Pisces realm of the world. So we have the sun conjunct or holding hand Saturn, the planet of discipline. So Saturn is sort of saying here to Pisceans, it's time to get your act together. It's a time to be structured, to be rigid, to be disciplined, to be organised, to be sort of take a leaf out of a grown-up's book, I suppose, because Pisceans don't always want to grow up. They sort of want to tend to sort of not so much live in a fantasy world, but stay as young as they possibly can for as long as they possibly can. And there is nothing wrong with that. Believe me, there isn't. I think some of the other signs could take a leaf out of the Pisces book and, smile a little bit and laugh a little bit and sort of have a little bit of fun, be a little bit childish sometimes instead of being so serious all the time and never having any fun or joy in your lives. But Saturn here is saying it's time to sort of grow up. It's time to sort of take charge. There may be areas of your life that need sorting out, whether they be official situations, government situations, or legal situations. Now's the time to take the bull by the horns because you've got everything working in your power. You can charm people with your unamizable charm that you have. You're able to spin a story and tell a good yarn. So now's the time to do so, but you can do it in a very, very structured sort of way. We also have, I was going to say something conjuncting the North Node. Oh, the North Node is actually conjuncting Neptune in Pisces also. Now, the North Node is showing us the way forward. So when I'm talking about Pisces, I'm also talking about the other water signs, which is Cancer and Scorpio and the opposite sign of Virgo. It is washing over the rest of the remaining 8 signs, but not as intense. So the North Node is not actually a planet. It's showing us the way forward. It's showing us where we need to be striving for perfection, where we need to be striving to sort of achieve things in our lives. Now, the North Node is actually conjunct or holding hands Neptune in Pisces at the moment. Now, Neptune is the ruling planet of Pisces. It's been there for a while now. Hasn't got much longer to go now before it'll move on into Aries. So the North Node is sort of saying to you, look, really grab hold of this last little bit of this Neptunian energy, of your own energy, Pisces, and sort of work with it. Show the brilliance of what you've got. You know, you may be able to find some breakthroughs here in some issues or situations or problems that have been troubling you. And if it's not that, it's showing you what the reality of the world around you really is. I've had a lot of Pisces sort of say to me, oh, wow, I didn't think that person was like that, and you sort of shake your head and think, yeah, well, we've known that for years. You're just getting on board with the rest of us. But it's been a realization for them, and Neptune is working in this way to sort of clear the fog, or sort of be able to sort of transparently see the people and the situations in your life that you're dealing with. And this doesn't come easily to Pisces, because they like to tend to sort of see the good in everybody and don't like to tend to see the self-centeredness or the selfishness, or people are only sort of one-sided in the friendship. It comes as quite a shock to them that they have to readjust their thinking and readjust how they approach that person, or how they communicate, or the relationship moves forward in a more grown-up sort of fashion. So again, Saturn's working his magic here, as well as Neptune, and it's sort of a combination of everything, that it's sort of turning the lights on for the first time in many situations here for Pisces, that they can really see everything for what it truly is. And yes, some of them will be a little bit disillusioned, but once you readjust your thinking and look at things and say, well, I don't have to end the friendship just because they're selfish and self-absorbed. I just have to approach it in a different way, where I'm not being used or abused or being taken advantage of, but I can still retain the friendship. So there's always a positive to come out of things. Not everything is black or white. There's more shades of grey than anything else. Now, we move on to Mercury. Now, Mercury is conjunct or holding hands Venus in Aries. Now, Venus in Aries is going retrograde. This is not something that happens very often. It's a very rare phenomena. So it is something that has sort of caught us all a little bit off guard. Now, Mercury is the planet of communication. Now, Mercury sort of wants to get his point across all the time. No matter which way it comes out, he wants to get his point across, whether you're listening or not. He'll be there in full force, and particularly seeming at the moment as if being a little bit bossy or a little bit bombastic, or sort of, you know, a very much a me first tendency, very much taking on board the Aries energy. You know, I'm asking you to take notice of me. I'm the first one in the queue here. I'm the one that's the most important. I'm the one that needs my answers answered right this second. And, you know, particularly when it comes to matters of the heart. Now, Venus is the planet of love and affection. It is where we look for love in the chart, but it's also the things where we look for the things that we love or love to do. So it's the things that can give us pleasure. Now, with Venus going retrograde at the moment, it doesn't mean all love relationships or new love relationships are doomed from the beginning. What it's sort of suggesting to you is have a broader open mind. Have a mind where you look past sort of things. Not necessarily do you agree with everything that you don't like, but you sort of look at it and sort of try and look at it in a much broader context and say, okay, why did I attract somebody with those sort of qualities? What am I sending out to the universe? What has changed in me that I'm now looking to bring in somebody that 6 months ago would have rubbed me up the wrong way and I wouldn't have looked twice at? What are the lessons here? What do I need to learn? What do I need to adjust to? It's not asking you to give up your principles. It's just asking you to broaden them a little bit and say, hang on a minute, maybe there's other ways of looking at things, or allowing other people to have differences of opinion. They don't always have to be mine. And I think that's the hardest thing when we go into a new relationship. We go in all starry-eyed and sort of everything's wonderful with the world, and then all of a sudden the wheels start falling off the car. All of a sudden this person isn't what we thought they were. They're still the same person. It's just that we've taken that initial glowing you can't do anything wrong banner off them, and now we're starting to see the real person. So what Venus is asking you to do here is look at it and say to yourself, does this really annoy me? Is it really destructive? Is it really something I can't live with? Or is it teaching me to be a bit more flexible, to be a bit more broad-minded, to expand my horizons and bring in a different type of relationship, a new type of relationship? Because obviously if I was single before this transit came along and I've just met somebody, then previous situations or the way that I looked at things weren't working. So this is really interesting because it's asking you to stretch your horizons. It's not saying to throw out all your belief systems out the window. If you don't particularly like somebody that drinks alcohol, then I'm not asking you to all of a sudden fall in love with an alcoholic. What I'm asking you to do is sort of look at the whole situation. If it's somebody that likes a glass of wine with dinner once a week, they're not an alcoholic. Maybe that's something that you can overlook. But if it's somebody that has a need to drink alcohol every day, then that's maybe not for you. So it's sort of asking you to assess case by case, situation by situation, and maybe also it's asking us to look at ourselves at what are the things that we really love to do, or what are the new things that we may be bringing into our lives that may be more acceptable now than what they once were, that we just automatically used to dismiss things because that's how we thought when we were 18 and now we're 50. We should have maybe a little bit broader outlook on life than what we did then, because sometimes when we're in our early, our late teens, early 20s, the world is very black and white and we're very dogmatic on how we see things. And it's as we gain our wisdom and we grow a little bit older with the numbers on the piece of paper that says how old we are in chronological years, do we start to shift the goalposts. We start to become more, not so much patient with things, but we look at things through a different lens and we sort of say, okay, that's not quite as bad as what I once thought it was. No, it's not for me, but look, if you want to do that, that's fine. Just don't bring it near me. We have a different understanding. Instead of being very black and white, we bring in more shades of grey. Now, Uranus is still sitting in Taurus. Now, it's interesting because Uranus has been there for a long time, coming in trying to sort of stabilise things in a Taurian fashion after creating havoc. Now, Uranus comes in like the bolt of lightning, tips everything upside down, and then all of a sudden it brings a stability behind that, because it's saying that the energies that were sitting in Taurus were blocked. And it was like, if you keep trying to shove something down your throat, eventually it will come out. And it doesn't always come out in the most pleasant of ways, because we are ignoring or avoiding sort of making choices or decisions that we know that we have to make, but we keep telling ourselves everything's okay, everything's okay. And while we keep convincing ourselves that everything's okay, we believe it will be okay. Then Uranus says, I've had enough of this nonsense. I'm going to sort of show you that this is not acceptable. And bang, sometimes then things happen that aren't so pleasant in the form of an accident or a fall or a change that we weren't expecting. And then we sort of say, where'd that come from? Well, it's been building for some time if you really wanted to be truthful with yourself. So this has really been affecting the earth signs, which is Taurus, Virgo and Capricorn, and the opposite sign of Scorpio. So when I was talking about Mercury before, I forgot to mention that it was I mentioned it was in Aries, and it was affecting mainly the fire signs, which is Aries, Leo and Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra. So we're now going to work with Jupiter in Libra. Jupiter's been sitting in Libra for a while now, in Gemini, I beg your pardon, for a while now. So Jupiter is really sort of starting to ramp up his time there, because he's wanting Geminis to really start to think outside the square a bit. Use this opportunity to get some really great projects off the ground, expand your horizons, do something different, get out of your rut. Don't sit there and say, woe is me, or I can't do this because of that. It's time to sort of really have a good, long, hard look around you and see what opportunities may be there. So this is really sort of shining on the air signs, which is Gemini, Libra and Aquarius, and the opposite sign of Sagittarius. So don't waste it. It won't be there for much longer. It's time now for you to really sort of start to expand those horizons. We're going to take our first caller, which is Vanessa in Winnipeg in Canada. Are you there, Vanessa?
Hi there.
Hi, Vanessa. Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
About my finances.
Okay. Finances is a very big question at the moment. A lot of people are sort of really struggling to sort of make them stretch the way that they want to. The first thing that they're showing me from Spirit, Vanessa, is that you've still got a little bit of work to do on this. I know that you've been working hard on trying to sort of get everything sort of more streamlined and get it into a position where you sort of feel like as if you're back in the driver's seat. And look, I'm going to say, you know, hats off to you. You've done really well so far, but they're still showing me that there's a little bit of time before we turn that corner till we start to sort of feel as if, I can breathe a sigh of relief now. Now, look, I know we're in March. They're showing me around late May through to about July. And by the time we hit July, you seem to really sort of start to see all the hard work that you've done is starting to pay off, that, you know, things are starting to improve. Is there potentially an opportunity there for a little bit more money to come through the door, Vanessa? You know, could there be a pay rise?
Yeah, like right now I'm not, like I'm working, but I'm just not making enough.
Right. Okay. So does that mean then that you're looking for another job that'll pay better?
Yes.
Yeah, because they were showing me a change with the actual income structure in April. Sort of like there was certainly going to be an increase. So if there's no potential of increase with the job that you're in there now, then maybe there'll be another job in April, because they were showing me sort of like a sharp uptick in money in April, in early April, but it was going to take like till about July before you start to say, oh, phew, I can breathe now. You know what I mean? I'm starting to get on top of this, that things are starting to work. And sweetie, it's no fault of your own. It's just been, you know, a series of things that all sort of happened, you know, like one after the other. And as you got through one crisis, you came out of that, you sort of headed into the next one. There really hasn't been any reprieve there to really play catch up. And it's, you know, it's not that you're a bad money manager or anything. It's just this is, you know, the hand that life has dealt you at the moment. They were also showing me around August that there's a question mark around where you're living. So is that sort of, not necessarily was I picking up a move as such, but is there something that you've been desperate, you wanted to do in the home that you haven't been able to do financially?
And
like buy a new piece of furniture or something?
What I want to do is find something that's cheaper and more close to family.
Oh, okay. All right. So that it is a move then.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, they were showing me in August, everything was sunshining around the house, as if whatever decisions or choices that you make then, you really feel as if you flung the door open to sunshine. And I could actually see the purchase of another piece of furniture at that time as well. So that's why I sort of went down that path, not so much the move, because I wasn't sure what they were showing me. And then all of a sudden they showed me a new couch. So maybe, just maybe, when you make the move and you sort of feel that, you know, your finances are in, you know, better shape than what they were, that you can splurge on something new for you that, you know, really brings a smile to your face.
Like the thing is my lease is up June 15th, so I don't want to sign on for another lease. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, they were showing me by August you were really happy, and that was when they were showing me that you know, new purchase of maybe a couch or something new for the house. So if you've got to leave there by June 15th, I'm not saying you're there after that, but what I'm saying is by the time we get to August, I could see you just sort of exhaling and saying, oh, how lovely, you know, I can breathe again. Like, you know, money's better, you're happy where you're living, you've bought something new for, you know, your place of abode, and you're sort of really starting to feel as if you're finally back on the track of you're back in control again. So I think that's where we, you know, should be aiming for, Vanessa. You will find what you're looking for and it will be cheaper. So, you know, let's gear the new job around, you know, the area that maybe you want to move to.
Yeah, like, so about a job situation, do you see anything of that nature coming to me soon?
Yeah, I said earlier in the reading, I felt as early as next month.
Oh, okay.
Okay, sweetie, that's where we're going to have to leave you. Now, Vanessa, we're going to talk with Irene in Edinburgh in Scotland. Are you there, Irene?
This call will be recorded.
Hi there.
Hi, Irene. Hello. How can I help you today, sweetie? Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetheart?
Love life, really. I was just wondering if there's anybody out there for me at all.
So you just want me to have a look at what's generally going on in your life. Is that correct, Irene? You didn't have a specific question?
Yeah, just a general read on what's going on around me at the moment, and if there's any kind of love life relationship.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I always ask if there's a particular question, Irene, just to make sure that we've covered what you want to know. The first thing that Spirit is showing me or sharing with me for you is that there's a number of endings, changes and transformations that are taking place around you, and they're slowly starting to build in momentum. So would it be fair to say since about October, November last year, you've started to feel just the winds of change just gently blowing through your life, sort of nothing major yet, but you can feel the momentum building, that there's going to be change coming into your life? Is that what you've been feeling?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and that's good. And look, I don't want you to try and force it. I want you to just go with it. You know, like if it's taking a very slow pace, that's okay. We'll work with that. We don't necessarily have to try and push and poke things and move things along, because sometimes when we do that, we actually slow up the process. Instead of allowing things to develop in their own pace, we try and sort of hurry it along, and because we think it will get there faster, but we actually delay the process. What they were also showing me was that there's a dark-headed man re-entering your life that I'm going to say was from your past, and I'm assuming it was a love interest, because they're telling me to be cautious. I don't know what he looked like as far as front, you know, I'm not seeing his face. I'm only seeing him from the back, and I'm only seeing very dark hair, almost black hair, and I keep getting this very, very uncomfortable feeling. I can feel my body tensing as if, oh my goodness, even the sheer thought of him or his name sort of sends you all on edge. So I want to use this as a marker in time, Irene. I'm not suggesting for 1 second that you have any connection with him, or if he reaches out to you on social media, or you bump into him in the street or the local supermarket, that you even stop and give him the time of day. He's one of these people that if you were to be polite, and that's all you'd be, he would take that in a way that, oh, she's still interested in me, she still loves me, she wants me back. No, we don't want him back. I just want to use that as a marker in time. Even if you only see him out of the corner of your eye and you duck down the other aisle in the supermarket and think, gee, that was a lucky escape, I'm getting out of here. That's all it needs to be. It doesn't need to be a conversation. That's sort of showing me after that sort of happened, within about 4 or 5 weeks after that, you are going to actually meet somebody who is the right sort of connection, the right person for you. And this man has got much, much lighter hair. It's not exactly blonde like mine, but it's certainly a sort of a very dark blonde, light brown sort of, you know, if he got out in the sun, I think he'd have a few different shades, as if he'd been to the hairdressers, you know, and he'd had, you know, tips or foils or something like that put in his hair, but he isn't. It's his natural hair colour. He's got light bluey greeny coloured eyes. He's got a really nice smile on his face. He strikes me as a very happy-go-lucky sort of guy. Look, I don't think much gets him down. He seems to have a very even temper. The two of you sort of meet through some friends, and it's not friends trying to matchmake you. It's just a group of people are getting together to celebrate something, and everybody's brought somebody else with them, you know, like somebody that might be at a loose end has joined in the festivities as well. And the two of you meet at sort of instant. The two of you really like each other. The conversation flows. You actually find out he doesn't live that far away, you know, 5 minutes, 10 minutes drive away from where you live. He does work outside, and he seems to like working with his hands. He's not a real pub goer type of person. He'd prefer to be home doing something with his hands, creating something, making something. He sort of, you know, he seems to be very happy. He's always whistling or singing or whatever when he's working. He sort of never seems to have a bad day. I'm sure he has one every now and then, but he genuinely seems to be very happy. Look, I think the relationship will grow at a reasonable sort of pace. It's not going to be, you know, real fast, and it's not going to be real slow. It's just a nice, steady sort of pace. The two of you get to know each other. You know, within 12 months, I think the two of you are talking futures and sort of talking about who's going to move to where and what's happening with our lives. But it's a very, very nice sort of situation. Irene, the other thing that they were sharing with me is you've got to stop being so tough on yourself. I think sometimes I think you're far too tough on yourself, aren't you? You know, you set these boundaries so high that you sometimes can't even reach them.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
And it's not saying, what, sweetie?
That's true. I do that.
Yeah, and it's not saying don't have high principles, Irene. It's saying maybe make them just a tad lower so that you can achieve them and surpass what you were hoping to achieve. And then you can sit back and say, gee, that was good. Look how well I did. You know what I mean? So that you can really feel the pride in yourself of what you were able to achieve, where if you're always constantly setting that bar just that little bit too high and you can't quite touch it, it's like a disappointment then rocks through your soul, and it's sort of like it takes another little chunk out of you that sort of says, oh, maybe I'm not good enough. And I want to reverse that. I want you to start to believe in yourself more and say, well, look, I did really, really well. I achieved that, and I surpassed what I was even aiming to achieve, because that's really good for the soul, and it gives the soul sort of like an energy drink that, you know, it's ready to go again and ready to try and achieve even better outcomes next time. But if there's constant disappointment all the time, then that starts to sort of erode away at the soul and sort of says, oh, well, maybe I'm not good enough, maybe I'm not worthy, maybe I'm not this, maybe I'm not that. And we don't want that to happen. I mean, you know, I think life is hard enough at the moment in the world with so many changes and weather events and everything and politics and everything that's going on. If we can try and keep our soul on an upbeat scale, I think that's important for us as individuals, and hopefully then that'll flow over to some of the decision makers around the world, where they won't be in such a negative Nelly sort of time, you know, frame of the way that they look at things. And maybe, you know, one person at a time, we can slowly start to change the world. And I know we all sort of think, well, it's only little old me, but by each person changing their way of looking at their own piece of the universe, it does collectively gather momentum. And I know that this year is going to be good for you, Irene. You know, you've worked hard. You know, we've just got to stop you being so tough on yourself. So I hope that's helped you, Irene, because we've got to leave it there. So I hope that's been a benefit to you, sweetie.
That's excellent. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're very welcome. And enjoy your beautiful part of the world in Edinburgh. So that's where we're leaving, Irene. Look, it's always nice to talk to people from different parts of the world. I'm here in Australia, and I get to talk with and work with lots of people around the world. And you know, collectively, we all have the same issues. We might just be in a different location and maybe have a slightly different way of how we approach a situation or a problem. But we are all connected. We are all connected by energy, and nothing happens by accident. You know, the people that phone into the show that get to speak to me or one of the other amazing psychics on the network, it's meant to be. It's the way the universe has set it up. So don't be disappointed if you miss out on the psychic that you want to talk to. Just know that the universe wants you to talk to someone else. So this week I'm going to leave you with a beautiful old song by the Commodores or Lionel Richie, and it's one of my favourite songs. I didn't know what I was going to share with you this week, and this one just sort of jumped out at me out of my list of songs that I scroll through each week before this show, and it's called Stuck on You. And I think it's a beautiful love song, and, you know, plenty of times I think we need to be stuck on our partners or the ones that we love, and it's just a beautiful, happy, joyful love song. So until next week, enjoy Lionel Richie and Stuck on You.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, Reverend Elliot, coming to you live from the city of New York, where we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to go through the wonderful window of the tarot. That's what we're going to do tonight. And we'll spend some time taking phone calls, discussing a little esoteric lore, and hey, maybe, doing a few things. Well, as some of you can see, we're doing things a little differently today. It only took me 14 years to catch up to 1952, but here I am. And some of you can see me, and others are just going to hear the podcast, which is my speed. But hey, what the heck, right? But hey, it's good to be here. I'm so tired of the one thing I wish about computers is that they all work like pianos, that if you can play one piano, you can play any piano. But no, these computers are all different, and it was giving me a hard time. I had to really work around some kind of bizarre system in order to get into Skype with video, even though with almost everybody else, it's simple. Nothing is simple in the life of the esoteric practitioner. Let me put it to you that way. But we're having nice weather here in New York. It's going along very well. 60 degrees we hit, and it was a good day for walking, so I did a little walking today. Not much from here to the cab at the corner, but that's in New York. That's considered walking. And things are coming along nicely here medically. I will keep you updated. As some of you know, I missed all but 15 shows last year because of a dreaded illness, which is putting me on the you better watch out list. But I'll get through it. I'm coming along fine. And one of the things I love doing is doing the Reverend Elliot's Magical Window show and talking to you every week at 11 o'clock New York time. We've been selling books lately like crazy, which is a good sign. I'm hoping that means that the economy is straightening out. The last couple of weeks, we sold about 4 sets of the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets. Now, there's a book. Check out 10lostbooksoftheprophets.com. There's a set of books. It's 10 books, fully restored from a 1930s original. And I've got to stop saying I do that a lot. Now I'm getting self-conscious. I'm getting very self-conscious about that. But these are very good books if you want to get into the esoteric occult lore. And you want to start. And this is a good place to start, is with that. I mean, the good place not to start is the Equinox. I would recommend you get those books. And I've got an offer. I did it again. And you see, I've got an offer. You know what I'm going to do? There's an old trick. If you have a habit that you want to break, put a rubber band on your wrist. And every time you do the thing you don't want to do, snap that sucker. And that's an easier version of the actual technique. The actual technique is to take a razor blade and cut your arm as you do it. And I'm not willing to go that far to break a bad habit. And let's just say it's an idiosyncrasy. It's not necessarily a bad habit, but that's the way it goes. But the Equinox, that's a wonderful advanced set of esoteric lore. But the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets, it totals 320 pages, and it's been, and see, I did it again. Of all the things to be self-conscious about, there's that, right? A verbal tick. The books will introduce you to things culled from various classic esoteric manuals, otherwise known as grimoires, and they will guide you into the world of esoteric lore and give you a really good grounding in the magical techniques. I highly recommend it. Now, that's the good news. The not so good news is it's kind of expensive, but it is 10 books, and they are well under $10 each. But it's a little costly, and the way I recommend doing it, if you go to the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets, you'll see you can buy it at Amazon. You can sometimes get it through eBay. Somebody is selling my books, by the way. I have to put that up there at the website, because somebody is selling copies of my books that I sell for like $7 each. He's selling them for $26 each. You know, that's pathetic. That's sad. But hey, you know, always go to the source. Go to 10lostbooksoftheprophets.com, and the best way to get these is to get it from the printing plant. It costs less because there's less involved for me. I don't pack it and ship it. The printing plant will do it. And you will get also from time to time, if you keep an eye on my Twitter feed at Rev Elliott, capital REVELI, capital ELIOT, you will see discounts. Like right now, there's a 15% sale. Now, 15% isn't a gigantic sale, but that'll knock out most of your shipping charge. So there you go. And that makes it very good. Now, I am all for the injunction from the grimoire called the Black Pullet that you should not haggle when you're buying esoteric materials. No, don't do that. Don't haggle, they say. But that doesn't mean you should be taken advantage of. And if there's a cheaper way to get it, especially in these days after 4 years of massive inflation, which is finally, they say, lower today than it's been in 3 years. Bravo. Finally. Thank you. Take a look at the least expensive option. And if there's any of the books that I do that you like, such as Unmasking Fear, or my book called Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, which will teach you how to read tarot cards yourself. Look at that. I'm knocking things over already. I haven't even had a drink in years, and I'm knocking things over. The way to do it is to get them through the printing plant, because it's less expensive, and from time to time they go on sale, and I let you know when that happens. So please keep an eye out for that. Well, it's good to be back with you. It's good to do 2 consecutive shows. Now there's a rarity. 2 consecutive shows, Steepers. What am I getting to? Is this going to be a habit now? I'm going to not miss any shows? I certainly hope so. So anyway, let's do this. Let's get going, because this is an exciting new development to the magical window, and I want to get right to it. So I'm going to ring a bell 3 times now, 1, 2, 3, to declare sacred space. And now we'll pull back the curtain on the magical window for Rosemary in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Hi, Rosemary. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm doing good.
Well, let's see if we can make that better. What can I look at for you?
Chaos. I have a lot of chaos going on. I guess relationship, moving with it, or to a different country with it, if they're coming to get me, or they're going to communicate with me, or whatever you can get with that.
Well, the first card I have is the 10 of Cups. Cups are about romance and emotion and happiness, and that's the happiest card in the deck practically. There's a few other cards that are just about as happy, but this is one of the top ones, and it's a beauty. And it's about romance and family and a happy home. So it's very good. Whatever's going on in your life now that you don't like is about to change. I see that with the Wheel of Fortune. And then the 7 of Rods, I see that any trouble that comes up in your life, you're going to be able to push that away. That's followed by the Knight of Cups, which is the appearance of romance in your life. Are you in a relationship now or looking for something new?
Looking for something new.
Well, it's coming. That's what the Knight is. The Knight of Cups is a very good card for that, because it's the beginning of a new relationship, a new emotional adventure, let's say, because the Knights jump around and the Knights are very adventurous. But it may not be. It'll be fun. It'll be good. It'll be exciting. It may not last, but you'll enjoy it while it's there. On the other hand, I have here next the card called the Sun. I don't know if you can see that. The Sun card is very happy, and that is another card like the Ten of Cups. You got two of the happiest cards in the deck, the Ten of Cups and the Sun. So you're going to be doing all right. I think you're going to get what you want, and it's going to do very well for you. How's that?
Appreciate it.
Anything else you want to look at?
I guess this, the situation I'm in right now with my brother, like, if it's gonna get cleared very soon, and so I can move forward and leave.
Well, let's shuffle up the cards a little bit more and see what we've got. One more time. And, well, it's a difficult situation, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'll tell you how I know that, because of the card of the Chariot. The Chariot shows a person who is on the chariot, obviously, with two horses, usually presented as a sphinx, each one. One is black and one is white, meaning they're opposites, meaning they're pulling you in different directions. Means the situation is trying to pull you apart in many ways, but you're strong enough to guide that chariot so that you keep it together. You keep them going the way you want them to. The Queen of Swords tells me that you're very well grounded mentally, that your mind is very clear and clean, and you know what you need to do. Is that correct?
Pretty much, but not sure. So I can't afford like a lawyer and stuff like that. If that makes sense.
Yeah, well, that was the next card I have here is the four rather of coins. The five, forget it. The five is bad. The Four of Coins is somebody who has to be very careful with money, and that, as you say, there you go. That's lawyers and all. But if you need to, is this a criminal case or is it a civil thing?
Pretty much more a little bit of both. What my brother's been doing.
Well, because if lawyers, obviously, if a person can't afford a lawyer, the government will provide one. But if it doesn't fall into that, or if you don't quite make it to qualify, check around with various law firms. A lot of them do pro bono work anyway. So see if you can find one, because that's important. Now, the next thing is these next two cards are about money also, but that means money coming in. I've got the 10 of coins and the 6 of coins, and those are about getting money and doing very well and being comfortable. So it looks like money is in your future. It's just you've got to hang on to it now. You've got to be careful with it at this point, okay?
Okay.
But
cool.
But what I see about the overall situation is that you're doing a very good job of handling it emotionally and mentally. So that's good. You're not letting it break you down. Here's another one. It's the King of Coins. See, there's money in your future. Let me put it that way, okay? There's definitely money in your future. So if you can stick it out, that you may have an offer that you can take advantage of, okay?
Okay.
I will light a white candle for you to send positive energy your way and for your brother. How's that?
I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you for calling, and the best of luck to you.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye now. And you're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network, where we've gotten together for I'm in my 14th year now. This is over 13 years I've been doing this. This is remarkable. But like I said, I missed most of the shows last year. So I'm making up for that, by the way, by doing private readings for anybody who wants one. There are two strata here. If you're a listener or now viewer, let's say, of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, you can get a free mini reading from me. Now, that's not a full reading, so to speak. It's a small reading. But I found that almost every one of these I've done answers the question sufficiently. So it's not a come on to get a bigger reading. It's just take advantage of it. Get a free mini reading from me. Just send me an email at asktarot, ASKTAROT, at earthlink.net. And you will get tell me what your question is. A simple question works best. And I will get you a free mini reading. I'll bounce that right back to you. The other thing is, for my regular readings, you can look at magic-works.com, my website, for my rates, and cut them in half. Okay, cut them in half, because I missed so many shows and I had to cancel almost all of the readings that people wanted. I wasn't able to do them last year, but I'm better now, which I'm always hesitant to say, because that's what Stan Laurel said to Oliver Hardy in the movie Blockheads. He said, "Remember how dumb I used to be? Well, I'm better now." And of course, everything fell apart after that. So, no. But I am better now, health-wise. And at least they've got me patched up and running like a human being. Amanda in Bathurst, New Brunswick, Canada is next. Hi, Amanda. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm good.
Great. What can I look at for you?
I wasn't given a specific. Are you a tarot reader or a medium,
Yes.
or what was it that you do?
I'm a card reader.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
Now,
Okay,
I'll answer anything. I'll answer anything except whether or not they're serious about making Canada the 51st state. Okay, because that's nuts.
I don't want to think about it.
You know?
I don't want to think about it.
Anyway, so what would you like to look at in the cards?
I want to know if I'll ever reconnect with a friend I had, Mac.
A friend that you had?
Yeah. He's alive.
Oh, okay. Good. That makes it
are
easier.
no contact. Yes.
But I have a feeling we connect with the people who are not alive far more than we suspect. So.
Yeah, I'm a reader myself. Yeah.
I was talking last week with one of the callers about a book called How I Discovered My Mediumship, which I have at mojoacademy.org. It's a fascinating book about one of the most prominent early 20th century mediums and what, the living hell that she went through because of it. And it's a story of perseverance. So you do medium work, you said?
I don't practice it. But I can.
Yeah, the same with me. I mean, I'll do it by looking in the cards, but I wouldn't label myself one. The people who do this full time, it all started accidentally because they didn't realize that they had that ability, and it's always a sad thing. Well, let's see if you reconnect. I'm not seeing the situation moving because the center card I have here is the Two of Swords, which is a situation that's staying the way it is. But the Three of Coins is an interesting card that symbolizes completion. It's almost as if the cards are saying that this friendship had run its course.
Yeah.
The Queen of Coins, Queen of Corns. That's good. That would be great. The Queen of Coins is here, but I don't see how that fits in. But the next card is the Star, which is a card of hope and optimism. So I'm not going to rule it out completely, although the cards that I see, I label it a long shot. Although nothing.
It was a toxic cycle, so that.
Oh, okay. So, well, the Three of Coins is about it's in a different realm of activity, but it's about completion, and it's about something that's done and over, and And the Two of Swords is about a situation that's kind of stuck and not going to move anywhere. As I said, the Queen of Coins, I don't know what the heck that's doing there. And the Star tells me that there is a chance. So as a reader, if you can figure out if that says anything to you, the Queen of Coins, let me know. Could recommend.
To me, I feel like I would have to initiate.
Well, yeah, see, that's an interesting thing, because the Three of Rods is here too, and that's about, in its broader sense, waiting for results, and waiting and waiting and waiting. But it does. The results do come through eventually. So you see, the cards are kind of they're giving and taking. You see, my interpretation of this is, don't hold your breath, but it's possible. Okay.
No, that's okay. That's all right.
Anything else?
Probably best. Thank you. I actually.
Oh.
Well, if I still had a chance for another one.
Go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to know how my neighbor felt about me.
Okay, I'll take a look. How your neighbor feels about you. There's a good one, right?
Yeah. There's two of them. They're a couple.
Well, the Nine of Coins is about somebody who's comfortable just being alone, and not a hermit necessarily, but somebody who's able to enjoy being alone. And the Four of Cups is people who, I represent somebody who doesn't see the true feelings of the person that they're dealing with. So I think they're hiding from you emotionally, would be a good way to look at it. Do you get that feeling?
I suspected that the boyfriend has a thing for me, and I think it's causing some weirdness.
That's a possibility, because the cups would indicate that's a great possibility. But yeah, I can see that there's something under the surface here. That's what the Four of Cups would be about. That's the one that shows a card with a hand coming out of a cloud, offering another cup. So I believe that, well, the next card maybe puts the whole thing in perspective. It's the Five of Swords. Shows somebody kind of behind the scenes who's not too pleased with you and is kind of working against you a little bit. So there you go. I think your intuition is correct, that one of them is upset with the other about you. How's that?
Yeah. Okay, it would make sense. That's awkward. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, those things come and go. People get over them too. So maybe it'll blossom and maybe it won't. It could be a beginning of something wonderful, or it could just be a phase, right? We'll see.
I just want to be civil.
Well, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. That's a good way to go. I like that one. That's for sure. But I mean, we had a horrible neighbor here for years, the problem was compounded because he was an ex of my wife's brother. So so I know what you mean. It can be very bad. Yeah, but I think you'll come out of this okay, because they have the World, a card of healing and health and growth and happiness and success. So I think you'll come out of this fine. Okay.
Okay, that's good to know. Okay.
Hey, thanks for calling.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Okay,
bye now. And you're listening to Reverend Elliott's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network, where we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to look through the tarot deck. I'm using the Hanson Roberts Tarot today, which I like a lot. It's colorful, it's artistic, it's based on the Rider-Waite deck, and it's pretty, and I like it. Connie in Toronto is next. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi.
Hi, Connie. How are you tonight?
Oh, I'm okay. Yeah. How are you?
Well,
good?
I'm doing good. Let's see if we can make things better than okay for you. How's that? What would you like to look at?
Okay. I would like to know, I was sick the last few years, and I'm seeing this nutritionist, and I think she's helping me. I just want to know if I'm on the right track. I think I am.
Okay, let's take a look.
She's got me taking a lot of supplements, and I'm trying to just know if I'm going to have a good year.
And I always say to anybody with health concerns, see a health professional. I know you're seeing a nutritionist. That's good. That's good. You might want to just get your regular annual kind of physical on the side there too, just to be sure, because things creep up on you. This is why it turned out I missed so many shows last year. I got alarming results in a routine physical. I mean, results along the lines of you're about to die. So I'm a big believer in getting these things checked out. I had a wonderful doctor who said the thing
I'm
that
getting a physical in April, and I'll get all my blood work checked in April.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much what he will check. Other than that, I don't know what he will check, but
one of the doctors I saw, one of the physicians and surgeon, was honest enough to say that he considers himself a plumber. So the people who deal with the more lofty things like nutrition and the holistic stuff are very important too. But if you need the plumbing worked on, they're good. They're like auto mechanics, actually. So let's see. Asked
my doctor is kind of like, I don't know. He'll do the physical, but he doesn't like check everything. Like he's just kind of like that. Like I'll have to tell him, check this, check that, check this.
Oh, he's at least you're not passive. That's what's good. You are.
Yeah.
You asked about the coming year, and it will be good for you because you have the Ace of Cups. That's the beginning of good things in terms of emotion, feelings. Sometimes it relates to romance. Other times it's just about feelings. The Page of Swords is here too. The Ace of Cups and the Page of Swords are good because one relates to the heart and one relates to the mind. And the swords are about you're developing new, powerful ways of thinking. You have some struggle ahead.
Kind of what I'm doing.
I have the Five of Rods here, which says you're going to have some struggle ahead of you, but you'll be fine. This is you can handle it. You can make it work out. I think the Eight of Swords says that you're feeling kind of stuck, and the Two of Swords is here too. That's pretty much the same thing. But you have the Ace of Swords, which again is the firm beginning of a new way of thinking. So you're not going to feel stuck for long, is what I see. You're going to break out of that.
Yeah.
The important thing is that this year, for you, it's going to be characterized by a rebirth of your emotions in many different ways and a rebirth in the way you think and see the world. And it's going to serve you very, very, very well. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. I kind of see that coming.
You feel it. And you see, that's good.
I'm feeling it because I got to go see an orthopedic surgeon for my hip. And I'm just checking all things because I've been in so much pain for so long.
Oh, and, no, these days there's really no reason to be in pain for a long time.
And I just got to know how to.
There's no real reason to let yourself be in pain for a long time. So, take care of it. They'll help you out. They'll get you going. You do have a good healthcare system up there in good old Canada, and I maybe that's why they want to subsume you into the United States and make you the 51st state, so that we can get your healthcare system. That might be the reason. I think you and I discovered something. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know what Trump's trying to do. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. It might work.
I'll tell you what he's doing, and this is a New York thing. This is a New York business thing. I've been around New York businesses all my life, and I can tell you they have this thing called management by upheaval or management by revolution, where if a new chief executive comes into a company, the first thing he does is shake it up for no particular reason other than to shake it up. It's just tradition. And I think that's what he's doing. that it strikes me that that's what New York business people do, and he's a New York business people, so he's going to have to work his way through that, because it works in New York business, but I don't know if it's going to make friends in Ohio or any, so I'm not going to give him advice, because he in a very bizarre way he knows what he's doing, but the question is, what will the results be? And of course, I don't normally discuss politics here, but that's not a political thing. Management by upheaval is a time-honored tradition in New York. When the new boss comes in, people start sending out resumes because they know what's going to happen here. It may happen in other parts of the country, but to me, it's a New York thing. I'm going to leave you with one card, which is the Four of Rods, which is a card. It's a card of happiness and a serene home and a very good time. So I think you're headed for a good year. Okay.
Well, things are getting better around here. Yeah, they are. And I feel better. Like my health feels better. I think I'm on the right track. I'm just going to make sure that I double check everything. That's all. You know what I mean? Like I always do.
Sure. That's how I am.
And I bought a new car and everything. And I think I hope I bought the right car. That's all I'm going to say. I hope I bought the right car.
You'll find out, but I'm a big believer in double checking everything. I'm a big believer in redundancy too. I used to joke with my wife.
I double checked and I double checked and I double checked, and now they want me to get this extended warranty, and I'm like, I don't know, do I really need that? I double check everything.
Yeah, ask around.
I double check and triple check everything.
Yeah, just to finish what I was going to say, because this is a thing with me. I like redundancy, so I have backups for almost everything I do. But I used to joke with my wife that I've got another wife across town on the east side, until I realized that that's not a very funny thing to say, because she wouldn't talk to me for a week. So there you go. So listen, it's been great talking to you, and the best of luck to you. I think you're going to do very well with all of this. So keep me posted, okay? I can be reached through ask1radio.com. I can be reached through magic-works.com. I'm easy to reach. Just Google Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. And if you want me to pull a few more cards, I'll be happy to do that for you on the house anytime. Thanks for calling.
Okay. Thank you very much. Bye.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards again as we're rounding the corner here. We're way past the halfway mark. That's good. I'm glad to be doing this, because 2 shows in a row is a benchmark for me, folks. It's been a long time. This is show number 402. 402. Think about that. That's don't think about it. There's no reason to think about that. You got other things to think about, I'm sure. Felicia in Greeley, Colorado is on. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott. Well, that's the end of the Going West young man. Well, I'm neither going west nor am I a young man, as you can see. But are we getting Felicia back? And okay, so in the meantime, why don't I tell you this? This is how cards are shuffled. It's boring, isn't it, to see somebody shuffling cards? But I just, again, I'm glad to be back, and I've got something that I carry around all the time now. I happen to like it. It's a little thing. You may have seen my button, and I don't know if this will register. This is. I enjoy reading books, but I'm crazy about reading tarot cards. I don't know if you can see that. It's a nice button that I wear. Well, I took that design and I stuck it on the face of a watch, a beautiful, gentlemanly, stylish pocket watch, and I carry that everywhere that I go. It's my new favorite watch, and I'm going to cherish that. And at my age, it's not unreasonable to think that I'm going to have it as long as I live. Because even if the battery runs out, you never can tell how long it's going to be. But I have things like that at my Zazzle store. If you want to go there, you can go to any page at magic-works.com, and go to the bottom and you'll see a link to my Zazzle store, and you'll see a lot of really nice stuff. They do really good work. They stand behind the work. I mean, they do a great job, and they back everything up. It's very nice. So this is if you're looking for a gift, and again, wait for a sale. Again, I that's the New Yorker in me. That's, as Woody Allen said, the biggest sin is buying retail. That's New Yorkers. We always look for the discount. Shelley in Simi Valley, California is next. Hi, Shelley. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Well, hello. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm doing okay. I'm shocked you got through to me.
Well, here I am. What can I look at for you?
Thank you. I have some health issues going on, and I'm under the care
of going around these days. Yeah.
Like 3 different neurologists and a neurosurgeon, vascular surgeon. Mm-hmm. I was just hoping you can give me, I don't know, not advice, I'm not saying for that, right, but thinking outside of the box a little bit of what I can do with some of these issues, and
I can tell
from
you
one doctor to another. Yes.
I can tell you something that would probably, it's not replacing medical, what I'm about to tell you. Okay. Never think that. And I think it's very clear. It's a book. It's an old book from the 1930s, late 30s, early 40s. And it's about psychic healing. And now it's not about like miracle cures. It's not about magic, faith healing, if you know what I mean. It's a different thing altogether. It had a different meaning back then. And you can find that at my website, which is mojoacademy.org.
Okay.
And it is a book that gives you certain things you can do to ground yourself and center yourself. Breathing exercises, meditation exercises, things to cleanse the mind. Because when you're not doing well physically, it takes a big toll mentally. And
it is.
Yeah, I mean, I found that out years ago, but I just found it out in spades. I am up to my eyebrows in doctors these days, and you got to have a very positive attitude around those people.
Oh, I'm trying to.
But it's
just, there's so many different areas. I don't know which one to approach first, or if I'm not thinking outside the box good enough to go to one person to guide me on everything.
Well, go to as many people as you can, as many specialists as you're able to, and consider this book, because this book gives you things to help you in your attitudes towards illness and things of that nature. And
it's called Psychic?
I don't have the exact name right now, but it's about. You'll see it's in big letters. It'll say psychic healing. It's a long title, but it says psychic healing.
Okay.
You can find that at mojoacademy.org.
Oh, okay.
And
well, how do you spell that? MOJO?
Right. MOJOACADEMY, one word, .org.
Okay.
And if it's not,
I'm going to do that when we hang up. Yeah.
Okay. And if it's not there, I think it is, but I've had a hectic year. If it isn't there, then just pick any one of the books which has a link to see it at the printing plant, and go to the printing plant and then click on my store. You can find you'll see Reverend Elliott's other items and do it. But I'm going to put a link. If it's not there now, I'll put it there when we get off the phone, because if it's not there,
I'd appreciate that.
That's grossly negligent if it's not there, but I'm reasonably certain it's at the homepage. But if it's not there, I will definitely put it there as soon as we get off the phone.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not going to take much of your time up, but this is at least another lead into something else.
Yeah, because this is about caring for yourself in a different way. It doesn't say don't go to doctors, that's for sure. It doesn't say this is a replacement for medical. That would be grossly irresponsible. But it's about how to do certain things that will enhance your mental and psychic persona, so to speak. And it's worth doing.
Understand what's going on more with your body?
Yeah, it'll help you with that. And you see, meditation technique is important. I have gotten through some grotesquely bizarre medical procedures, which they told me, that, you're going to hate me for doing this. And I say to them, well, would you prefer if I just fall asleep while you do it? And they just bust out laughing. And then the next thing you know, they start working on me and I go to sleep. And then when they wake me up, they say, how did you do that? How did you do that? And I said, I'm going to tell you, but you won't believe me. And I tell them there's
suggestion.
It's mind power, meditation.
Yeah.
I wrote a book called Bending Spoons with Your Mind and Other Miracles of Mind Power, where I go into meditation and the power of that there. That stuff. And they all the doctors tell me that is so fascinating. I'm going to talk to you about that again. I'll call you tomorrow. Guess how many have called me?
Everyone.
None of them.
Not one?
No, they never do. This is just the way it goes. That's right. Even though they saw with their own eyes.
They saw it.
Yep.
Yeah.
At one point, somebody they inserted a catheter in my left arm that went through to my heart. And they said, this is going to be extremely uncomfortable. And I said, well, then I'll just go to sleep. And they thought it was funny. And then when it was over, the two doctors said that we've been doing this for over 20 years. We never saw anybody fall asleep while we did it. And I said, well, it's about mind control. It's about controlling your body and mental attitude. And they wanted to say, well, we're going to have to talk to you about that. And that's the last I heard from them. It's like a bad first date, So no.
Yeah.
No,
yes. It's being open-minded to it, though.
But they're not. They're just not. And it's too bad. It's just too bad. So I take a look at mojoacademy.org and look for that book on psychic healing. And again, the title is slightly sensationalistic. It's because it's really about taking care of yourself so that you can be receptive to healing, which is
that makes sense to me.
So take a look at that. And like I said, if it's not there, then check tomorrow because tonight I'll put it on the website. But I'm pretty sure it's there.
And then I'll text you guys. I'll write a little note if I can't find it.
Great.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Well, my pleasure. It's great to talk to you. You're a very uplifting person. So I think that you've got more than half the battle there, which is maintaining a positive attitude. So I think you'll be fine. Thanks for calling.
Things change. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Bye now.
Bye.
And let's get in one more call. Suzanne in Halifax, Nova Scotia. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Yes. Hello.
Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot. Is this Suzanne?
Hi. Yes,
Hi.
it is.
How are you tonight?
I'm good.
Great. What can I look at for you? I've got a few minutes left. Quite a few minutes left. So it shouldn't be a problem.
Right.
What would you like to see?
Well, I'm just a basic, for myself, just a basic reading. If you can just
sure.
Tune into that.
I'll now that I've spoken to you a moment, I will shuffle the cards and see if they pick up any vibrations, which of course they will. That's how they work.
Sure.
And they'll be your vibrations, not mine. That's the interesting thing. Let's see what we get. When I started doing this, I didn't think it would work going through satellites and computers and phones, but it really does well. Okay.
Interesting.
This is an interesting reading here. It's the page of coins is here. This is the beginning of the appearance of money in your life. It means a new income stream can open up. It means you can inherit money. There's money coming your way, according to this. The pages are the earth cards. And the earth cards are the solid appearance of it. If it was the knight in the court cards, I would have said it's the potential for money appearing. But this is a page, which means it will be appearing. The Two of Swords is here, so that tells me it's going to take a little bit of time. It's not going to happen right away. The next thing that's here is another sword card, and this is one of the ugliest cards in the deck, but it's really good. It shows a person lying face down in the mud with 10 swords in her back. Now, that doesn't mean you're dead. That means that life threw its worst at you, and you're going to get up and keep going. That means the worst of the thing is over. If you've been going through some bad times lately, the worst has happened and it's over. So have you had some rough times lately?
Okay. Health-wise, yes.
Well, according to this, the worst is over. The moon is here, which is a card. The moon is a card that is important. It says to pay attention to your subconscious, to maybe keep a dream journal. Your subconscious mind is probably trying to tell you something. So pay attention to your dreams is what I see. And the High Priestess is here. Now that combined with that card tells me that you're a very spiritual, powerful person. That you can. I
am. I'm psychic. Yeah, I'm psychic. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you have the gift, you have the power, and I could sense that, which is why I checked myself when I talked about picking up the vibrations in the card, and I repeated that it's your vibrations they'll be picking up, because there's, even through all this machinery, I can sense an aura here about you, which is definitely powerful. The Nine of Rods is here. Whatever is coming your way, you're prepared for. This is a card about a person who's been through the ringer, which of course is implied in the Ten of Swords too, because the world threw a lot of bad stuff at you, but you're still here and you're going to do well. The Empress is here. The Empress and the High Priestess are two of the most powerful women in the deck. The Empress makes things happen, makes things grow. You're going to do well. You're going to do fine. You're going to do well fine financially, emotionally, mentally. That's the swords. I just see nothing but good stuff coming your way.
Okay.
So that sounds great. There's no doubt about it. Here, the Page of Coins and the Ace of Swords. The Ace of Swords means I had that earlier for somebody. It means a new way of thinking. That your mind is evolving and growing, and you're doing quite well with it as it grows. So you're ready for this. That's what that Nine of Wands meant. You're ready for this. Whatever comes your way, you can handle. So hang in there, and the good times are going to start for you. You're going to have a very good year and a powerful year.
That's good.
Okay.
That's great. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you for calling. Well, that's it. We've come to the end of another segment of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, although this one is a little bit different, which you've probably noticed. Anyway, gosh, this was good. You know, I was so chatty last week that I think I only did 3 readings. So I'm glad I got more in today. And that's a very good thing that I want to make sure that people see. So I'm going to put that on my the psychic healing book. I'm going to put that, like I said, if it's not at my website, which it should be, it will be. I'm also going to put it at my Twitter feed, X, and I will share that with the Ask One Radio Twitter feed, so you can see it there too. You can always get to Ask One Radio's Twitter feed through askoneradio.com. There's a link there. And this is a very important book, especially if, like with me, you're getting really bound up in the medical establishment. I've got nothing against them, except I wish they listened a little bit better. I mean, I actually had one doctor last year who gave me some medication for high blood pressure. It's a very common thing. I never had high blood pressure until I had COVID. It left me with high blood pressure, which is just, that's the way it goes. That, and why, you know, it's bad enough, but he prescribed a medicine for me. And I said to him, I can't do it. I can't use this. It's making me dizzy and throwing up. And he said, no, it's not. And that's a red flag in my book. I said, yeah. It is a problem. And he said, no, it's not. I have 2,000 other patients and nobody complains of that. And I said, I don't care. I'm telling you, I gave this 2 chances, and each time I took it, I got dizzy and started throwing up. And he said, that's not possible. So, okay, fine. I'm not arguing anymore. So I looked up the medication at a medical website, which I never do before I take a medicine, for obvious reasons. It's the internet, for goodness sake. So I went to a very respected hospital's website, and there, under that medicine, under side effects, at the top of the list was nausea and dizziness. So you see, like I said, I just wish that some of these people would listen a little bit better. And I get very persnickety with bad doctors. I enraged a doctor when I was in the hospital last year in November, when the guy started lecturing me on something that he had no business lecturing me on. And I said, you have no business talking to me like that just because you went to vocational school. And he turned red. I used to pull that one on lawyers all the time. But, I happen to be an attorney, they would say in a discussion, I said, oh, good for you. You went to vocational school. But apparently doctors really resent being told that. And that was worth knowing and filing away. A committee of doctors came to visit me and asked me what the hell I said to that guy to drive him crazy. And I told them, and they laughed. And that's when one of them said, we're just plumbers. One of the surgeons said, we're just plumbers. And that guy I liked. There was a decent, honest doctor. Hope I never see him again, but that's not personal. That's just for trade reasons. I don't like having my innards rearranged. It's like I said, I'm up to my eyeballs in medical stuff. So let's get down to a little business here. Check out magic-works.com. If you're new to me, and some of you may be, because we're doing this a new way now, go to magic-works.com, which is my website, so you can see everything that I do. I'm very transparent about that stuff. It's all there, about 100 pages there. There's movies there, there's videos there, there's books there, there's books I've written, there's books I recommend. Oh, there's all kinds of good stuff there at magic-works.com. It's a website I enjoyed building. And I had to build it twice because I've been on the internet so long that my first website became obsolete. It didn't work anymore, so I had to redo it. Well, so I rebuilt it from the top down. And then I've added other websites like mojoacademy.org, which is where you'll find the books and the audio that we do here at the Occulto Cave, whatever you want to call it. It's the Purple Grotto, the retreat that I use for my esoteric work. And I'll be showing you things here from time to time as we go on in this new leg of our journey. And also check out the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets.com, because that's a set of books I really recommend. If you're even slightly curious about the esoteric lore, those are the books for you. The 10 Lost Books of the Prophets. They've only been available in original copies from the 1930s, so about this big, little teeny books. I digitally restored them. I cleaned them up. I took out the typos. There was work. That's why it took a year to restore those things. I took out the typos. I put them back into 10 books. A 7.5 by 7.5 is the size, so it's good. It's a good size. It's hefty, and it's available in hardcover for the first time ever in history. You can find all that at 10lostbooksoftheprophets.com. Well, that's it for the Carnival Barker part of our get-together. I am going to bid you farewell now until next week, unless you want to send me an email at asktaro@earthlink.net, and I'll be happy to chat with you about anything you want to. My rates for having a conversation with you are very affordable. They're free. I don't charge for talking to you. So that should do it. So until we meet again, remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
watching Moonstruck, and now back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hey everybody, I hope you are having an awesome day. For those of you who don't know, I am Margaret Phillips. I'm a psychic medium, a life coach, a shamanic energy healer, a Reiki master, a pranic energy healer, and a certified hypnotherapist. My business is Angels Always Around Us. You can find my business at angelsalwaysaroundus.com, at my Facebook page, Angels Always Around Us. On Facebook, I have an awesome group called Angelic Inspiration and Guidance. I do affirmations, little tidbits of